Perhaps we can also share the if someone can go to the YouTube and share to them.
If someone can go to the YouTube and share to the. If someone can go to.
If they want to access the link, we can share the link in the YouTube. If someone, probably Troy can help. You can share the link of our Zoom to YouTube in case someone in YouTube would like to join the Zoom.
Yeah, well, let me try.
Thank you. Is Professor Aman here yet? Should I call him?
Prof. Lilia, what is the rundown, please?
Mute, please, unmute.
Professor Aman is here. I think the MC, you can start the program.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Prof.
Professor.
Good morning, Prof.
You all look great. This very early morning, Saturday. Oh my God.
So exciting. Wow, enthusiastic. And this, we are from Philippines, from Hong Kong, from around the world, Professor.
Yeah, it looks the participants are over 100 now.
Wow, yeah.
Great.
And
Yeah.
it keeps on adding.
Right.
Oh, there are more coming. Professor Aman, you're staying healthy, right? Professor Lilia, too.
Inshallah, yes. I think
Alhamdulillah.
so.
Alhamdulillah. You look great.
Thank you. You too. Everyone looks great.
Such a beautiful morning.
Yes. So we have Professor Dewi from Universitas Bhayangkara, our co-host. We have Professor Eunice from UST Angelicum College in Manila. We have Professor Shirley from Gratia Christian College. This is such a great morning, Professor Aman.
Yes, I agree with you.
Yes, and we have the lovely MC. Oh my gosh. Claudia Caprieta Huta.
Yeah, I think it's 8:03 here, so we should start. Okay, all right. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're currently in a good health. It is Saturday morning. It's so exciting to see you here joining us. So, it's 8:04 a.m. Jakarta time, and I'm Claudia. I will be your host and moderator for today's event. Called International Seminar on Environment, Social, and Governance towards Sustainable Development. In today's seminar, we will have 3 amazing speakers, with which each of them will be talking about ESG separately, followed by a presentation on the real ESG implementation in 5 different case studies. We will also have the Q&A at the end of each presentation and open discussion after 5 case studies. A little bit of a background. I work as the Sales Operations Manager in Willis-Towers Watson, Indonesia, while at the same time, I'm currently pursuing my MBA degree at IPMI Business. So, Vika, could you start sharing the screen? Okay, thank you for the screen, Pak Alvan. Maybe we move to the role slide, please. Yes. So before we start, there are some ground rules for all participants during today's seminar. The first one is please keep in mind that this session is recorded, and by attending, you already provide your consent. The second one is that please remain on mute throughout the seminar and only unmute yourself when it's your turn to speak. Third, do not post or write offensive contents during the webinar. Any violators will be promptly removed from being the participant. And the fourth, you are welcome to submit your questions that will be read during the Q&A session by clicking on the Slido link that will be posted in this chat box. The Q&A session will be held by the end of each presentation and during the open discussion session. And the fifth one is the playing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Kindly stand at attention or sit in an upright position. And these are the sets of rules for today. Hopefully everyone can understand and follow this so this event can run smoothly. Next slide, please. So another one, to ensure the smoothness of the seminar, if you have questions, for each of the presentation, you may submit your questions to the Slido by scanning on the QR code as now appear in your screen, or go to www.slido.com and enter the password 1695378. Q&A will be done by the end of each presentation and during the open discussion session. Next slide, please. So as we move forward, I would like to invite everyone to listen to our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. So please sit or stand in a proper position. Sorry, Pak Alvan, I don't think there's. Thank you. Okay, I think I just saw Ibu Amelia's chat. Yeah, sure, Ibu. Maybe we can have a moment of silence for the successful of this program. We're gonna have the moment of silence starting now. All right, welcome back, everyone. So to kick off this morning's event, I would like to introduce our honored professor, Professor Aman Wirakarta Kusuma. So Professor Aman is our executive director. He has a long-standing academic and public service experience. He is also a professor emeritus at the Department of Food and Science and Technology and a senior scientist at the SIFA Center, Bogor Agricultural University or IPB Bogor. He obtained his engineer degree from IPB and his Master of Science and Ph.D. degrees in food science or minor in chemical engineering from the UW Madison, USA. Today, Prof. Aman will deliver a keynote speech to kick off this seminar. Now, please, the screen is yours, Prof. Aman.
Pak, I'm sorry, you're still muted.
Here we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, yes, Prof.
Thank you again for reminding me. Thank you very much, Claudia, for your very kind introduction. Dr. Amelia Naim, all the three distinguished speakers, faculty members, students, alumni, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So welcome to IPMI MBA Program International Seminar. It is IPMI vision in our MBA programs to develop future transformational entrepreneurs and business leaders. These future game changers play an important role to promote the global goals of the United Nations as the common objectives to be achieved in 2030. This international seminar has chosen the topic on environment, social, and governance. Is aligned with IPMI vision in producing transformational entrepreneurs and leaders in working for a better world. IPMI Three Dharma programs through this particular seminar demonstrate the relationship between teaching, research, and community outreach in accordance with 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. The content of the case studies presented by 5 IPMI MBA students in this seminar are gathered from 5 different companies that implemented the ESG concept as their best practices. The implementation of the ESG concept affecting the decision for investment. The company who failed to show high indicators to the ESG values will not be showcased as the highly prospective investment. Nowadays, the investors are showing awareness and commitments to invest in green and sustainable companies. This is based on the facts that sustainable and green companies are supported by all the stakeholders and they tend to be more profitable in the long run. Ladies and gentlemen, IPMI extend our gratitude and appreciation to the 5 companies who are kindly participate in the case study, namely Sri Boga Ratu Raya, Humpus Intermoda, Samudra Indonesia, Kalbe Pharma, and Siloam. I would like to congratulate the 5 IPMI MBA students who are presenting their cases in this seminar, which are Rizky, Dela, Amilani, Teguh, and Yosia. This seminar is also enriched by the 3 prominent speakers, Dr. Shirley Yeung, Dr. Dewi Puspaningtyas, and Professor Eunice Areola, which I'm very grateful for your contributions. Congratulate the faculties and IPMI MBA programs for conducting this very important international seminar. In this occasion, IPMI would like to share the highest gratitude to our co-hosts from Universitas Bhayangkara, Jakarta, UST Angelicum College, Manila, and Gratia Christian College, Hong Kong. This international seminar hopefully will contribute toward a new era of responsible business, contributing toward environment, social, and good governance, which we are humanizing business for sustainability of our planet and mankind. So I wish you all a successful and fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you for the speech, Prof. Aman. Now, also please allow me to say hi to our faculty, IPMI faculty member that's also present today, Ibu Amelia Naim, and many others that I hope you are well, and I sincerely hope you will be enjoying this seminar. Okay, move forward. As I mentioned earlier, today's international seminar is about environment, social, and governance towards sustainable development. As you may know, the ultimate goal of every business is growth and profitability. But we also have the responsibility to ensure sustainability of the people and the planet. So the sustainability rests in the three pillars of the environment, social, and governance. And our first speaker today, Dr. Shirley Yeung, will deliver about the sustainability from the environment side. A little bit about Dr. Shirley. She is an associate professor and the head of business and director at Center of Business Social Sustainability and Innovation, or BSSI, at Gratia Christian College. Her educational background is from Harvard University Graduate School of Design and doctorate in business administration and quality management from City University of Macau. Now, without further delay, let me welcome Dr. Shirley Yeung. Please, Dr. Shirley, the screen is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Students, professors, and also invited speakers from all different parts of the world. And very good morning. And let me share the screen, and then I will talk about the first part, as MC just mentioned, ESG will be on environmental. Just wait for me 1 second. Okay, so everybody can see the PowerPoint, right?
Yes. Yes, we can see that.
Yes,
Yes, doctor.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you for the very kind invitation from Professor Amelia, IPMI, Indonesia, of which we've been knowing each other since 2015, and also with the Professor Eunice. And we are a pioneer professor by the UN Prime, which is a long time ago. And our collaboration is ongoing. So for the session of today, we need to highlight about how are we going to have some kind of actions. And the action will be measurable and also sustainable. So we are using two things, SDGs together with ESGs. So the theme for today is about environment. So actually yesterday, I also joined the UN Global Compact with the young people, which is about environment, climate change, SDGs 13, together with wellness, number 3. Okay, so actually we have a lot of things to explore how to put ESG together with the SDGs. So this is about my background. So 3 roles, as the MC mentioned, professor in Gratia Christian College, and 2 more roles will be about the associate vice president in UNESCO Hong Kong. Actually, I've been working on education, technology, and also with culture. And 1 more role will be about the invited by the UN OSSC as the advisor and also project designer for entrepreneurship academy for over maybe 5 or 6 years, and also working together with INSENADAF, which is about the international community on environment and also community education, and also Asia ambassador for SN Kenya. Okay, so with all those titles, what are we going to address today will be about circular economy under COVID-19, and also about what the action that we need to do or to educate our students with some kind of output. These are the products and also the painting that we can focus on. So in the past about 10 years, people talk about the material that we put into the whole supply chain for production. Under COVID-19, because of a lot of restrictions and also the transportation costs, material become a very important area. If we look at the very beginning part, the material, we extract from the nature, put into the production for product or services, and then at the end for the disposal will be like a linear mindset. Now we need to have a change, a paradigm shift, which is about circular. Circular will be something like from the end, the disposal, how are we going to get the value from the waste, or reuse it, or upcycle, or maybe to have some kind of thing, innovations, and going back to the original point. So this is about the circular flow. And I got the funding from Hong Kong government this year on fashion industry, how to apply circular economy to have a transformation. So this is the flow. How are we going to add value, okay, during the circular economy? So under ESG reporting, okay, three main things that we need to be focused on. Number one, we need to do something. So activities or maybe campaign, anything with a focus and engage with the community from different levels. Young people, mid-aged, SMEs, policymaker, and also all those stakeholders from different parts of the world, because we don't want to leave anybody behind. It's a part of education, SDGs 4.7 knowledge transfer. So the first pillar is about environment. In the past 10 or 20 years, people talk about the 3 R's or even maybe the upcycle. But today, our seminar, I want to highlight about restorative design. When I study in Harvard, it's about design thinking. So I use the design thinking and add on top with the advanced design thinking, which is adding the principle on UN Prime, okay, principle of responsible management, and also with the SDGs, right? So next slide. When we talk about environment, okay, we need to think about the waste, where they're coming from, and how are we going to use the waste and then with innovations and put into the product again without harm to the environment and also to our health, because we have learned a lot of things under COVID-19. So if, say, for example, we are coming from education sector in the services area, so we can think about the scope 2, under what situation we're going to have the carbon emission, maybe going back to work like the scope 3, or maybe the scope 2, indirectly we release some kind of emission. But how are we going to do something to offset what we've been doing, okay? So this is about the restorative design, okay, mentioned by a lot of scholars. And then on the right-hand side is a case study I want to highlight today is about Plastic Group. So they've been doing a lot of research. So when we talk about ESG, the first thing I mentioned about event, campaign, actions. So after all those, we need to go through the second step. It's about disclosure report. We need to have a systematic, a standard to write all those kind of events, comply with the ESG or maybe the GRI, Global Reporting Initiative, or some of the standard like ISO 26000 CSR. And then we need to educate people what will be the good practices. So after reporting, the next step will be auditing. So in order to have governance, right, as Professor Emin just mentioned, we need to have third party or the internal audit, external audit, to see how far we've been committed, okay, on doing ESG. So that's why the Plastic Group, it will be working on the restorative design. If we look at, these are the products they've been doing. It's 100%, okay, decomposable. And also under COVID-19, a lot of people, they love to raise PET. And then for the waste of the PET, maybe you need to have some plastic, okay, bag to put all the waste. So all those kind of bags, we can use some kind of better material, okay, and which is not harmful to the environment. So beside the plastic, we also talk about the painting. Under COVID-19, I do a lot of painting. So instead of the painting put into the waste, we can use the painting put into NFT or maybe the coaster, or we can do a lot of new product. So that's why we need to think about restorative design, how to use the material at the beginning. It's not at the end, okay? When you're going to design some product. And then from there, we need to line up, okay, SDG 17, different kind of partnership. Because we are not scientists, we are not maybe environmentalists, okay? So we need to have some research to support whether the rationale is correct. And then we need to ongoing to learn and unlearn. So down below the 3 pillars will be environment will be linked up to our health. And then we need to have a lot of campaign to educate the community how to do environmental activities. And finally, you can see 3 speakers today, they are women, all right? So we need to educate women, not just only in tech, women in research, and also women in environmental protection. So beside the plastic, case study I just mentioned, a global wide example will be, I worked with ISESG for about 3 to 4 years. We have been holding the Miss Environmental contest. We educate the girls, not just only because of beauty of the appearance, it's about the heart, we care the environment. And then these are the volunteers in the Cameroon, and then they collect a lot of waste. They talk about how to stop plastic and use better kind of material. So next slide will be about my research. I've been collecting different kind of literature review on the sustainable material. So using in vivo analysis, and after that, we can see if we want to have sustainable material, we need to think about the method. What method we are going to use, for the packaging for the food product or different kind of product that with human touch there. The second thing will be about disposal. And also we need to think about some of the hygiene area. So this is about the model, for sustainable material. The food packaging method using the mindset of restorative design. The second thing is about the choice. What are the material we're going to do the food wrapping or wrapping about our waste before we're going to dispose? And also with extending the product life cycle. So now these are the future actions, and I call for action from the student, professor from Indonesia, from Philippines, and Hong Kong, and China. So what we'll be doing in the coming few months will be, we want to have visual art in ESG. And also we want to have a lot of collaboration and highlight how women and also the community to know more the selection of the material when you're going to use your maybe disposable bag or maybe your mug or maybe some of the straw that you're going to hold the food or drinks. So this is the coming initiative, which is supported by UN, SDSN Kenya, and also ISESG. I think Eric probably also in our Zoom today. So at the end, what we can do, after you have the awareness and actions on SDGs and also ESG, we can see a lot of job. I've been doing a lot of research in the past about 1 to 2 years. Most of the job coming up will be NFT advisors, blockchain coding because of transparency and also the traceability. And I want to highlight about the talent development engagement officer. Everyone in here, they can be design about the restorative design. They can develop case study. They can do a lot of research how to revamp and disruptive business model designer. So this is part of the education. Now, after this, we talk about the material we use. We talk about the ISESG case. Now, next one will be about the non-fungible token. If we have the mindset how to do something new, these are all about the originality, right? You can put your ideas about protecting environment into drawings, into maybe a video, something with values. And then we can put into NFT, say for example, Hong Kong, we have the Possible, and the overseas, we have OpenSeas. So these are the business with social environmental opportunities. Just like my painting, we put into color brown coffee shop to aware the content of the painting, their protection of the animals, the flowers, all those kind of things. It's the visual art in SDGs and ESGs. So almost come to the end, and then the opportunity will be working together, collaboration, and let students to be the leaders. Let them design their own restorative design in the product or service. And then during the design process, they can think about how to use NFT to have the originality, to have the IP, the intellectual property right, And these are my students from higher diploma in transformative business management in Gratia Christian College. So after the visit in color brown with my painting, they can see about the art in the coffee shop, one area. And the other thing will be, they know about putting all the painting instead into the waste. You can upcycle and upcycle and put all those into product. And also I support about the crab prototype IO. And then we support the environmental project in Indonesia, in Africa, in different parts of the world with the art contribution. On one side, I'm not just only the educationalists and also artists. And then on the other side, we contribute the art to support environmental project in different parts of the world. So you can visit the crab prototype IO. This is the marketplace about engagement with a lot of environmental campaigns that I've been working on. And these are the contributions that using NFT, and then with the speaker, we give them the NFT certificate for the UN conferences. So also we'll be talking about the waste or the traditional way of doing things. Now we have a new concept and creating new business opportunities from the environmental perspective. So that's why the end of my presentation will be, we keep on learning, okay, unlearn, and also we learn with partners. So thank you so much for the invitation, Professor Amelia and all the students from IPMI and also from Bhayangkara and UST Angelicum. Thank you.
Thank you,
Dr.
Dr.
It's a very insightful presentation from you. How, I mean, like, who knows, the waste can be a new form of the NFT, right? So, yeah. Okay. For anyone that would like to ask question to Dr. Shirley, you can just go to Slido later and then post your questions, and then we'll be discussing that during the open discussion session by second half of this event. Okay, so move forward. We also have the second guest speaker joining us this morning. So there is Professor Eunice Mareth Areola, Ph.D, HSD. So quick introduction of Professor Eunice, that she is a director for academic affairs at UST Angelicum College, Manila, Philippines. She got her bachelor degree in economics and MBA in business management from Pamantasan Lungsot, and her Ph.D. from University of St. Gallen International Business Management in International Business Management. Professor Eunice will speak about social sustainability part of the ESG. Now, without further delay, let me introduce Professor Eunice. Please, Professor, screen is yours.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be invited. It's good to work again with colleagues from IPMI and Gratia Christian College, Dr. Shirley, Dr. Amelia, and now with the newer batch of people who would work with us on promoting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I'd like to share my screen.
Please view show, Professor Eunice. So, that's good.
Okay, so all good?
Yes, yes, Prof.
So a lot has happened because of the COVID-19, and the only thing that is negative about being positive with COVID is that, you know, it's good to be negative, but all the rest of the things that we should do as far as UN SDG is concerned would have to be for the positive side. I'd like to talk about the S of ESG, the social aspect of ESG, as I talk about business as agents of world benefit. You are all business students here, from the MBA to some of you perhaps in the higher grad school, and we're also joined by our students in the undergraduate program of UST Angelicum College. And I'd like to say that in the school where I come from, we begin the learning of the UN SDGs and sustainability down to the grassroots of the basic education, because we would like to underscore the importance of letting everyone know, not just the people in the academia or the people in the one running the industries, but also people who will be the future of these industries and the world. So our students in UST Angelicum College learns about sustainability even in the grade school level. So let me proceed by talking about the agenda that I would like to share with you this morning on UN SDGs, about the triple P of people, planet, and prosperity, some of the top concerns of the world, and what I would like to promote as the economy of good. Let me go back in time and share with you that all of this happened in 2015 when like-minded people gathered in New York to launch the during the anniversary of the Global Compact. We were all invited to visit New York in 2016 to launch the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And somewhere in this photo on the side in the UN, I'm sure you can find Dr. Amelia and Dr. Shirley, and they also probably have a picture of this kind as well. And that one for us was a defining moment as educators, because then we knew the direction we have to take in terms of teaching business in the business schools. And at that time, this was the battle cry. The battle cry was to promote the UN SDGs in this manner. And this particular battle cry was, it's still something that I think for those who work on UNSDG, it still strikes a very sensitive chord whenever we listen to this particular battle cry of the UNSDG promotion at the time. So it started in January 1, 2016, and that is the initial idea was just to have it on board and be done with it by 2025. But of course now we know that it has been extended, and because there was still a far cry from what we wanted to achieve in terms of having all of these problems eradicated on the deadline that was originally set. In very simple terms, when we talk about the ESG, it's really just people, planet, and prosperity. And as an academician, I go back to this particular part of, my dissertation is on corporate social responsibility. So I digressed a lot of these ideas writing my dissertation in San Galen. And we always go back to this Carroll's pyramid, and I'm sure a lot of you have encountered this in your business ethics and CSR classes. And that is the way that it should be going from just philanthropic responsibility to ethical responsibility, to legal responsibility, to economic responsibility. So it is not, there is no silos in doing sustainability, but each one is connected to the other. And I guess that's the reason why social responsibility, or the word social, is in the middle of the ESG, because what you do with the environment and how you profit in terms of your business has to go back to the society where your business belongs. The most important is the society in the middle, the social aspect of the work that you do for the protection of the environment and for making sure that your company profits. Because there is no such thing as a sustainable philanthropy. A business must earn, environment must be kept protected in order for society to be sustained. And that goal, which is a long-term goal, has a lot to do with resources, as mentioned by Dr. Yeung, but it also has a lot to do with the markets where all of these products will be delivered, and very importantly, the sincerity of the way that we do things in this ground, and the balance that has to be made to make sure that everything works in harmony, the environment, the social responsibility, and the governance aspect, or the prosperity. So it's all about making everything bearable, viable, and equitable. And that is the only way you can ensure sustainability. Okay? So on the side of S, or the social aspect, it's about the people. It's all about social equity, making sure that people are all able to access what is good and sustainable in this world. And so we talk a lot about climate change and loss of biodiversity and water scarcity and infectious disease. And even when we talk about discrimination and division, they all boil down to a social aspect, a social ill. And how do companies contribute here is that at the heart of every company, as they make their profits better, as they enhance their reputation, they also must take care of the society's welfare. So companies are the ones who has the fundamental role with the products that they create, with the service that they provide, in order to ensure that society gets the benefit, even in trickle, that society in the end would get the benefit from all of this. So it's just not all talk and all discussion and all seminars. It has to really go to where it should go, and that is making sure that the society is given its proper welfare. And so talking about sustainable companies, this is still the ranking in terms of sustainability leaders. It's still Unilever and Patagonia. Patagonia, when you talk about fashionable wear, but environmentally conscious. When you talk about, we do have a lot of furnishings at home, and a lot of these furnishings get dismantled and thrown away. In some third world countries, you see refrigerators floating in the rivers, those that were already disposed, and sofas, chairs are floating on rivers because these were already disposed. And IKEA as a brand knows this as a value, and so they make a way by which we can have all of this tools at home, furnitures at home, but in the way that is protecting the environment. Another is Microsoft, and then you have Orsted, L'Oreal for all the beauty that we want to happen. You can be beautiful, but at the same time promoting sustainability, and L'Oreal does that, and Tata as well. Now, if you talk about young people and their startups are really championing sustainable development goals. And if you look at all the sustainable development goals from 1 to 17, a lot of startups have already entered the picture, and they've been answering the problems of poverty, hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation and infrastructure, reduce inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on hand, peace, justice, and strong institutions and partnership for the goals. But what is really heartbreaking is the fact that all of these companies are located in Europe and none coming from Asia. So for the side of the world with the biggest population and the biggest consumer, it is really heartbreaking to find out that a lot of the contributions that are happening in the world in terms of promoting UN SDGs and affecting it in the society is happening on the side of the world that has less people to affect. So it's really a challenge for young people like you and a bit like us also in the academy to be able to teach the right way and to infect all of these young people with this not COVID, but with a different kind of disease, the disease to really love society and really love the world where we live in. Let me take a look at some of the more practical information that you would be probably would appreciate. And this is Indonesia's sustainable practices that helps the S. While it helps also the environment, it is really helping the society in general. So Indonesians, when they were asked what is sustainability practice for them, 84% of the people who were interviewed said that it's all about reducing the use of single-use plastics. Sustainable packaging said, 40% said about that. 30% said that it's about repairing instead of throwing away. 26% said it's buying locally made products. Recycling, 26% of them. Choosing sustainably produced items, another 25%. Reduce buying new items, 23%. And reduce buying of fast fashion clothing. We come from the same race, and we know our clothes before. They're really sturdy and you can really pass it on from one generation to the other, but that is not the case anymore. So I'm really glad that young people now are also trying to help the environment and society in general, and the way consumers are going to buy products by promoting fashion that is not fast. And choosing brands with the sustainable practices, reducing consumption of fast food, food delivery and takeaway, and buying seasonal goods. Also swapping goods or buying second-hand items. For the Philippines, this is how we fare in terms of our sustainability practices. 92% of us define our sustainability practice by using products with natural ingredients. And 90% says purchasing locally made items. 75% said it's about the use of eco-friendly brands. And 54% said that it's all about sustainable packaging. 40% said it's about repairing instead of throwing away. 30% on use of not using single-use plastic, and 26% about recycling. Finally, in the area of 25% and above, you still see they're choosing sustainably produced items. All the rest that have scored below 25% also includes reducing buying new items, reducing buying of fast fashion clothing, and choosing brands with sustainable practices. This is the other side of the spectrum. On the other hand is the side of the spectrum that is already doing so much and way advanced in terms of this sustainability action. Let's talk about Sweden. Sweden is now identified as the #1 country, ranked #1 in terms of sustainability. Sweden, which is a small country with, I think, more of the animals than the number of people. We can compare their number to Philippines and of course Indonesia or another very populated country like India or China. But this is what they do in terms of sustainability. They're already talking about, when we are only talking about recycling and buying goods with sustainable packaging, they're already doing a lot of headway in terms of lowering emissions, creating smart cities, creating sustainable housing, housing that your own house waste will provide for your fuel, for your energy, okay, to light up your home. Okay, like the top of your rooftop is already your mini garden, and that's where you find your food. And how you take care of that mini garden comes from the waste that your home is emitting, okay, in terms of household waste. They're already talking about future transport, that they're not just talking about electric cars, but they're already talking about where to get the electricity to run those electric cars, which is also sustainable. They're using about circular economy, no waste, everything goes back and reused and repurposed. And resource economy, from resource economy, like all of us are resource economy, to bioeconomy. They have wood. It's easy for them to grow some of the softwood, and this softwood is now being turned into textiles. So this is the kind of work that they are doing on the other side of the globe, where sustainability practices are way more advanced than us. But it's good to know them so that we can learn from their best practices and perhaps tweak some of them and tailor fit it based on our situation, because I'm sure there are some of those practices that can also work well in Hong Kong, Indonesia, and the Philippines. So for the environmental milestones of the Swedish in 1967, remember a while ago I emphasized that we talked about this only in 2015 and then launched it in 2016. Sweden has been doing it in 1967, since 1967, and this professor has not been born yet. This professor has not been born yet, and Sweden was already talking about establishing Environmental Protection Agency. In 1972, they hosted the first UN Conference on the Environment, which led the Global Environmental Authority to this day. In 1995, they was the first country to introduce a carbon tax, which is help reduce dependency on fossil fuels. And from people in the G perspective, in the governance perspective, they know about this carbon swap in companies. They do this for companies. In 1998 and 2002, Sweden was the first nation to sign the Kyoto Protocol, okay, which later on led to all of these summits in Paris about the environment, etc. In 2001, the Stockholm Convention, largely a Swedish initiative, was a global treaty aimed at phasing out production and use of persistent organic pollutants. In 2017, they ranked 3rd in the Global Clean Tech Innovation Index. In 2018, the renewable share of total energy consumption was less than 55%, and in 2020, they ranked 2nd in Global Innovation Index. In 2021, when everyone was, having all of these problems in COVID, etc., they were still continuously working on sustainability, and topped the Global Sustainable Competitiveness Index, which is the reason for this introduction of them in this presentation. And they are way into 2030 goal of the transport industry in Sweden that is fossil-free, and in 2045, that's their goal, that's the country's goal, is a Sweden that is fossil-free and thus climate neutral. How wonderful if every country could have such, purposeful, planned direction in terms of sustainability. And when you look into this, it seems to be just environment, but it's actually everything will boil down to society's welfare. even as all of these environmental milestones were funded by leading companies as well, who are doing so much in terms of profitability, because there really is profitability in sustainable development. In our case, in the Philippines, in UST Angelicum College, we, as I said a while ago, we teach our young students on understanding sustainability, making sure that they know what is this. And so when they move up to the level of their education, they can already understand and practice it very well. And as we do it, we partner with also institutions who understand the value of creating impactful research that would be helpful for the attainment of the goals of ESGs, like the KAIST, or the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, and SOTEC. What we wanted is to make sure that the school itself could be a contributor, a big contributor in making sure that all of these ESGs are not just being talked about, but understood. It enters the mindset. No, it enters the soul, because that one will propel what the hand will do later on. And we wanted the understanding of ESG to be hip, to be popular, to be popular, because if it's not popular, nobody will talk about it. Nobody will read it, because it's not, because it's not interesting enough. It's so heavy. It's all statistics. It's like you're like the prophet of the doom when you talk about the problems of the world. So, a lot of companies are making it hip already. And I'd like to end my presentation with telling you how one company is trying to make global sustainability hip, promoting it on the grassroots in the language that young people know. Were you able to listen to the sound a while ago? Was it clear enough? All right, so let's enjoy this last part before I go to my last 2 slides.
Was it honestly the best? Cause I just wanna see the next, brighter than our yesterday. I know together we make it better. Yeah, the past was honestly the best, but my best is what comes next. I'm not playing now for sure. We keep on fighting, a flame igniting. You and the best moment is yet to come. The moment is yet to come. 말하네 우리 최고란 걸 온통할 수 없는 일스 이제 무겁기만 해 너를 가져왔다고 그저 달랠 뿐이라고 Promise that we'll keep on coming back for more 너의 마음속 깊은 어딘가 여전한 소년이 있어 We're going straight to the stars. They never thought we'd make it this far. Another vision is clear. The goal of the century is here. Yet to come. We're gonna touch the sky for the day we die. Yet to come. And now we're ready to fly. The best yet to come. 언젠가부터 붙은 불편한 수식어 최고란 말은 아직까지 낯간지러워 난 마냥 경험하기 좋은 걸 여전히 그때와 다를 게 별로 없는 아마 다른 게 별로 없다면 you say so the lie 난 변화는 많았지만 변함은 없었다 해 어느 샷도 내 순간이 새로운 트레스 지금 난 마치 열세살 그때 나처럼 best 너 배울 게 많고 나 인생 채울 게 많아 그 이유를 물어본다면 내 심장이 말하잖아 We ain't about it 이 세상의 기대 We ain't about it 최고란 기준 that's that 왕관 갖고 수많은 trophy Dream and hope and going for it 긴 원을 돌아 결국 또 제자리 Back to one 내 마음속 깊은 어딘가 여전한 소년이 있어 Moment is yet honestly the best. On my bitch, what comes next? Maybe seeing it here the more. We're gonna ride you on the journey. You and our best moment is yet to come.
And that is the goal of the century, is to talk about sustainability. That's the biggest goal of the century. I am very fortunate to be named by the the Seoul National University of Science and Technology as their newest distinguished professor on international affairs. And as I do that, I'll be bringing what is social responsibility and corporate ethics into the ideas of the startups of Seoul Tech. And they are nurturing 97, incubating 97 startups. It's the school that brought us Kakao Talk, and all of these companies, when they grow big, it has to be ensured that as they grow big in terms of profitability and reach, they also grow big in terms of their knowledge of social responsibility and ethics. So that is what I'm going to bring in this highly technical university as their distinguished professor. So I won't be talking about AI. I can't be talking about Industrial Revolution 4.0 in terms of advanced technology, but I'll be talking about the much needed soul in technology and innovation. And that is how all of these businesses would affect society. So I'd like to end by giving this analogy of ESG. I'm sure you are very familiar with Kue Lapis. Did I pronounce it correctly? And it also has a local version. The Philippine version is Sapin Sapin. And you notice how they go from colorful one layer to the other. I doubt if Kue Lapis or Sapin Sapin would look good because every layer tastes the same, but it's very colorful. I think that is what ESG should be, and understanding the UN SDG should be all about. And that is making sure that everything harmonizes together, very attractively seen by every stakeholder, so that we will all be part of that movement. No one gets left behind in terms of that movement, from the youngest to the oldest, from the highest in the industry to the one starting, from the students of business classes to later on becoming the captains of the industry. Everyone should work together to ensure that we don't extend anymore the target, because sustainability will be very much ingrained in our day-to-day practice, not just in academia, not just in the industry, but even in our local homes. Good morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Eunice. That's a very wonderful presentation from you. We learned a lot, actually. No one gets to left behind. All right, moving on, we have our third speaker, which is Dr. Dewi Puspaningtyas, Faeni MBA. So a little bit about Dr. Dewi is that she's a Vice Dean Faculty of Economics and Business at Bhayangkara University. Her educational background is coming from the Bachelor in Business Management and MBA in Human Resources Management from University of Maryland, and her doctorate is from Pajajaran University in HR Management. This morning, Dr. Dewi will deliver a presentation about governance. So, Dr. Dewi, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. Such a lovely introduction. Thank you very much for inviting me in this international seminar of social economics and development. And in regards, my name is Dewi, and for those of you who have known me as colleagues and students of University Bhayangkara, and first of all, I would like to say or convey my thank you for this such beautiful opportunities to join this international seminar. Thank you very much, Professor Aman Wiranatakusuma, Professor Lilia, Professor Yeung, and Professor Areola for the enlightenment today. And thank you very much for our Dean. I think I see in among us, Dr. Istianingsih Sastro Dihadjo. And Good morning, everyone. In this regard, I would like to explain about how all sustainability development goals can be achieved by stating and implementing good governance. And this is a study of how we implement an anti-corruption campaign in Indonesia. And Professor Lilia and I, we've been together massively campaigning about how anti-corruption can be done in Indonesia. So the main objective of good corporate governance is how to implement good governance with 4 pillars. And I think all of you are aware that the objectives of good governance are to fight poverty, to fight corruption, and to maintain everyone in good welfare. And how to obtain good corporate governance in our nation is we use certain strategies such as how to decrease the amount of corruption in Indonesia. Secondly, how we can minimize people by doing a perfect, correct law enforcement, and how to affirm actions to fight corruptions, and how to educate people around us to stand up to say no against corruptions, and how to establish system. And we should really establish what we call the neighborhood watch app. Next, please. Ladies and gentlemen, what we should do is actually we should be aware that corruption is an extraordinary crime, and how to do it and give good welfare to the society is by preventing against economic crimes. And we should educate people for all ages and should recover economically. If we see in Indonesia, there are lots of crimes involving white collar crimes, and that's why we should stand up to fight for this. So how do we stand it against corruption is by strengthening our built-in controlships, and should have a massive campaign about anti-corruption. And we should also endorse the improvement of systems, and also we should also literate our people to be digitalized, and we should also have what we call a cashless society, so everything can be traced, so that no one can embezzle money from out of that. Next, please. So what are the key performance indicators of our campaigns? If we have campaigned throughout the years and we educate people, educate students, educate all of our colleagues and friends. So the key performance indicators would be that we should see a declining percentage of corruptions. And we should also see that people will start building trust to the government, and also that taxpayers' money can be applied to good causes. And as we know that the nation will be more welfare. We also have to be more strongly build the controlship in improvement to environment. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues and my fellow students, Indonesia is ranked 102nd out of 180 countries that have been surveyed by the Transparency International, is what we call index perception of corruptions, whereas we claim as Indonesian that we are 92.7% are believers and also religiously active. But the question would be why people, next please. We see that role models such as Denmark, New Zealand, Finlandia, Singapore, Sweden, Swiss, Norwegian, and all the Norwegian countries who believes that they are agnostic and free thinker, and they don't believe in God, but they can be ranked 1 to 10th biggest rank in what we call the index perception corruption. Out of 180 countries, it's believed that all those countries put ethics before laws. They do not steal, they do not take anything that do not belong to them. They always, what we call, put respect on others and put every else's before themselves, and they become very empathetic. And this is actually what beats us as Indonesian, that we believe in God. 92% of us are religiously active, but how come we are only placed 102 out of 180 countries? And this survey done by Transparency International has been conducted since recently 5 years ago. And this year we are ranked 96 because we have been doing massive campaigns, and it's respectfully has changed the numbers of rank and become from 102 to 96. We are just 2 numbers above Namibia and Nigeria, which really put us in more very, very sad situation, because just recently I've heard that 10 or 11 people, they are corruptors and being released from the jail, and they are not sentenced as they should be sentenced, which is also break our hearts. Next, our role model is Denmark and New Zealand. They are ranked 1st and 2nd, and they claim to be the first cleanest and more with 0 corruptions in the rank of the survey done by the Transparency International. Of course, Denmark, they are the most happiest crowd in the world, and it's been surveyed also because the government has conducted good corporate governance in the countries. They are very transparent, they are very accountable, they are very responsible, and they have fairness to all of the people in Denmark. So are in New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, this presentation of mine may be not as sophisticated as Professor Yeung's or Professor Areola's presentation, but this could be an eye-opener to all of us that good corporate governance can be implemented everywhere. It's just need to be more convinced that the people should be doing the same thing, that is being transparent, being honest or accountable, being fair, and also being responsible to our societies. Next, please. We know that negative impacts of corruption has been very massive. That's why we call it a corruptio or stink or extraordinary crime. It's give actually a very negative impact economically. Why? Because corruption creates poverty, and good corporate governance can fight corruptions, can fight poverty. You know, in Indonesia, the number of stunting or babies or undernourished children are still very high. That is due to undernourishment of the children, because the parents could not afford to buy proper food, decent housing, and sorts. That's why it impacted on the stunting numbers percentage that is very high. And also the mortality of women during giving labors. you know that the Human Development Index of Indonesia fell from 102 to 111. We are just 2 numbers above Gambia, which is, give us a very, what we call, in Indonesian, it's called prihatin. What in English, it's gives us a very remorse feeling that Indonesians should live in good welfare, because Indonesia is such a rich country in resources. And also this the negative impact economically give us a high percentage of employment, also very low social welfare. We still see people, beggars everywhere, see people with no food, and this poverty is something we have to do about. Also, it gives social impact, such as expensive cost of education, expensive cost of health care, also high criminality, low performance, and low corruption index rank. And the government impact, this also give a long bureaucracy. Supposedly that people who are trying to have license of their companies to be built, and it takes more than 3 months. Who are the faster to give the bribery money, gets or collects the license the fastest? This bureaucracy things has to be changed. And of course, they do this, the officials, the decision makers do this because of the lack of law enforcement. People who have bigger money can get away with crimes. We see people who can kill, who can do lots of crimes in the names of their parties, in the names of their, we call it ranks, and they have no sense of remorse of doing crimes. We see that recently, there is a policeman who killed policemen, and this should be resolved within weeks, but it's been 3 months already and nothing has happened, and the killer are still not being sentenced. Politically also, there are high money politics. It increases by so far, and it increase. Usually before we call it the reformations, only 3 parties are being involved in heavy corruptions. But here now, it's heavily imposed that all of the parties are doing the practices of corruptions. This too is called plutocracy, because all campaigns will involve high amount of money to buy voters to win the campaigns and such. And law enforcement and defense and security, and also it gives impact to the environment. Therefore, even though infrastructures are being built, but you can see that we are still in such poverty. Next, please. Can you imagine, ladies and gentlemen, during 2014 to 2019, there are surveys done that
Ibu Dewi, excuse me, I think you're a little bit rubber branding.
Federal money as $189 billion has become by the people. And fortunately, the 15 point maintained, which is not set. Is why 2,950.
Excuse me, I think Bu Dewi is signing out suddenly. She is having a quiet bad internet connection, so let's just wait for a couple of seconds until she dialed back in. Yes, yes, Ibu.
Let me
Yes,
continue.
yeah, sure.
The loss of reserve funds versus financial management is there are significant loss in the financial management of law enforcement is not relevant, because if we calculate 189.7 billion US dollars minus 51.1, there's 174.6 billion US dollars. And that is a great loss. And only 3,019 950 who can be burdened with shock. It's a social case of so babies or unborn babies will already have a great amount of debt even before they are born. It's like it's the burden of everyone, because everyone actually deserves a proper welfare, good education, good health care. And why we should suffer due to this corruptors, and they can walk away with they can go free, and all the people who should suffer from all their crime acts. Next, please. And the correlations of corruptions impact your social and social costs is the key performance indicators for good corporate governance is that corruption impact is high criminality, poor public services, expensive healthcare, expensive education, high stunting percentage of baby undernourished, children with no future, low intact stake, and high social costs, and high percentage of crime, and high percentage of economical loss. Next is, there are theories of how and why people are doing corruptions. First of all, Kierkegaard, next please. Robert Kierkegaard has a theory of CDMA, which is corruption is equal to directionary, monopolistic, and less minus accountability. So corruption occurs due to the extensive of factors of power and monopoly that are not accompanied by accountability, meaning that people with less empathy, they just use their power and money to be corrupt, okay? And secondly, Jacques Bellone has a theory of GONE, G-O-N-E. GONE is greed plus opportunity plus need and plus exposure. That means that the factors causing corruption are greed, opportunities, needs, and disclosures. You know, next please. Jacques Bellone believes that if there are opportunities and you have a basic greed and need, you know, needs will arises to be wants be arises to be satisfaction, and there's always sky above the sky for limitation of it. Christie says that there are fraud triangle theory that really creates a person to be a corrupter. There are actually opportunity, motivation, and rationalizations, meaning that I take this money because it's like the Robin Hood's philosophy. I rob the money and to give people or poor some more money to live. But this is not the correct way. It is crime, is the extraordinary crime. Next to it is willingness and opportunity to corrupt. So this corruption really occurs when there are opportunities. Well, we show a very weak system and lack of supervision. Importance of to have standard international as ISO as 33701 2015 is management of anti-bribery is a smarter, better system. Next, please. In this corruption theory is also this motivation behavior. Corruption can be distinguished into corruption out of necessity, corruptions because there is an opportunity, corruptions for wanting to enrich oneself or team, corruption for wanting to bring down the government, corruption because it wants to control the country. It's motivation behavior. And also a means and scheme. Robert Merton says that the theory of corruption states that corruption is a human behavior caused by social pressure that causes violations of norms. So why in Denmark, in Nordic countries, they can perform as rank 1 to 10 is because they put ethic norms above laws. They do not steal. They just practically do not steal. One day I was in Sweden, and they asked, every one of us here is using their cycle. And I said, okay, let's buy one. So I bought a bicycle and I asked, where's the nearest Ace Hardware or anywhere that sells locks? And they say, why? What for? I said, I'm going to lock my bicycle. And then they laugh at me so bad. And they said, why do you need lock for? I said, yeah, because I'm afraid that someone can steal my bike. You know what they said to me? My house is not locked. My car is not locked. My all the cabinets in my house or elsewhere is not locked. My lockers and my gym is not locked. Everywhere is not locked. Why? I said, doesn't that attract people to steal your stuff? And he said, norms and ethics about law, and nobody will steal because this is Sweden. I said, they laugh at me. And I'm just curious why people are so good in behavior, because you don't have gods. And I asked if you were a believer. He said, no, I'm free thinking. I'm atheist. I don't believe in God. But luckily, fortunately, they put norms and ethic above law, so they do not steal. They just do this because they are good and with good heart. And of course, social solidarity. The theory was developed by Emil Durkheim, and this theory views that human disposition is actually passive and controlled by its society. They said one day, people who belongs in health are mostly women. Why? Because women or wives or girlfriends, they always say to the husbands or the boyfriends, come on, steal some money so we can go to the movie, we can buy new cars, we can afford more decent and luxury life. So actually social solidarity is also fell under this one. Okay, next. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow students and colleagues, Corruption is coming from a Latin word where it's corruptio. What is corruptio? And the verb is corrumpere, meaning rotten, corrupted, shakes, twisted, or sucks. So corruption is actually a very sucks, corrupted, rotten, shakes, twists behavior. And corruption mostly involves two actors. One is the stakeholders or the society. The second one is those who have or are decision makers in the society, the government and private sectors in this case. And so civil society are only victims. So an Anti-Corruption Act number Decree of 31, 1999 has been revised to Decree of number 20 in 2001. You know, because there are groups of law enforcement who can put someone to jail. First of all, is financial loss of reserve, Federal Reserve money. So anything that is causing loss to the financial reserve money, that is a corruption. Secondly, bribery is where a person wants to have a project or anything, and they give amount of money to the decision maker so they can have or the project. Thirdly is embezzlement. You know, some people are in the position and have the authorities to embezzle money because then they can put initial and sign anything.
Excuse me, Bu Dewi. Actually, you have passed the 20 minutes presentation limit. I'm so sorry. If you want to go on, just make it quick run through. I presume. Thank you. Can you actually hear me, Dr. Dewi? Bu Dewi, sorry.
Sorry for the bad signals.
Yes, I was just mentioning that you have passed the 20 minutes limits presentation, but
Okay.
if you would like
Thank
to
you
go
very
ahead.
much.
Oh, okay, sure.
No, I would just close this that every one of us should just be aware that corruption is an extraordinary crime. We should fight poverty, we should fight corruptions, and hand in hand, build a stronger watch out neighborhood system. That's why I'm very keen to certificate everyone to do a certified, what we call it, anti-corruption campaign. So every one of you, thank you very much for joining me, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dewi, for the insightful sharing from you. So actually, before we jump into next session, I would like to propose that we take pictures first. So please open your camera and give me your best smile, because this is the way we can cherish this great chance to be in an international seminar. So let me count from 1 to 3 and then smile, guys. So 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, another one. 1, 2, 3, smile. All right, okay. So after hearing the concept of ESG from 3 of our honorable speakers, I would like to bring us to the real implementation of ESG to bring sustainability in the business. After this, we will have the presentation from 5 different cases regarding the ESG implementation. So if just to remind everyone, if anyone would like to shoot their questions, please go ahead and submit by going to www.slido.com and enter the password 1695378. The Q&A will be done by the end of each presentation and later at the open discussion session. So let's jump ahead. Like the first case will be about Samudra Indonesia, which is an integrated shipping and logistic company with global connectivity. So are you curious about how Samudra Indonesia will implement the ESG in their business? So now, without further delay, Pariski and the team will present about that. So please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Claudia. Please, Gita will make the introduction and then will be presented by all of the observers of Samudra Indonesia. Please, Gita, thank you.
Thank you, Rizky. Okay, today we're going to talk about implementing ESG in Samudra Indonesia. As you all know, the introduction from Claudia, Samudra Indonesia is one of the pioneers in Indonesia's shipping industry. This company has been stood for almost half a century. Next. These are our group members who are talking about the Samudra Indonesia. Next. Okay, so in Samudra Indonesia, they have their strengths, which is listed here, their mottos, their vision, their mission, and company values in the company of Samudra Indonesia. Next. Here we can see the family governance structure, where at the top we can see the family assembly, or known as the constitution. Below that is the family council, and then comes the ownership structure LLC. It is then divided into two branches, one in the family business and the other one is the family office. In the family business branch, there is the holding company and the operating company. And in the family office, this is where the investment, accounting, legal, and philanthropy is at. Next will be by Ila. Thank you.
Yes, so this is the ownership of Samudra Indonesia, which is Samudra Indonesia owned by PT Samudra Indonesia Tangguh. And next is about Samudra Indonesia Environment. And the company is commitment in implementing environmentally friendly business practices and supporting sustainable development. And the company ensures that all its business units comply with regulations related to environmentally friendly business practices. It does stop the element of compliance. The company also has taken future steps by obtaining ISO 40001 certification on the environment and management system to ensure that the standards have been implemented in all its business lines. And the company have international and national program. First, energy management. The company energy consumption is used for operational activities in all business lines with various energy sources. Most of it is fuel oil, which is the primary energy source for business line based on land and sea transportation. And the policy in the use of energy for vessel complies with regulation from the International Maritime Organization, which is IMO, regarding the use of low sulfur fuel since 1st January 2020 with allowable sulfur content of not more than 1.5%. Can you imagine that? And the company has also complied with IMO regulation also. Ships also automatically have a ship's energy efficiency management plan, and it's measured to reduce and increase the fuel efficiency. And the second is emissions. Initiative to reduce emissions footprints that have been implemented are based on compliance with IMO regulation before, and the company has increased the number of mixes using low sulfur fuels and to monitor the emissions generated from its vessel. And initiative to reduce the direct emission by implementing conversions program from diesel to the electricity. And the third is maintaining biodiversity. The company also implement the ballast water management treatment and carry a ballast water logbook and also the perform ballast water management according to a specific standard. And ballast water management is the company is done by installing BWTS on several vessels. And also for the fourth is the water consumption. The company effort is managing the utilization of the water are conducted by monitoring the amount of water and evaluating each period. After that, the company will take the necessary step if the intensity of water utilization is increased. And one of the steps taken is to conduct a water saving campaign for all employees. And the last is effluent and waste. Waste generates from operating activities of all company business line and includes solid, liquid, and waste containing toxic and hazardous materials, B3 and non-B3 waste. The principle of waste management is carried out by minimizing a disposal and saving research following 4R directions, which is reduce, reuse, recycle, and recovery. And in the office, for natural resource management and environmental management, company also do several things, which is they reduce the paper, which is paperless. And for the internal employee, they also use email and internal website for communication. And company efforts on energy saving to the electrical and computer equipment use. And also the form of teleconference and video conference to reduce the travel costs and fuel costs. Next.
Yeah, for the company CSR program is managed through Samudra Indonesia Peduli Foundations and Samudra Indonesia Education Foundations with investments up to 7 billion rupiah. In general, Samudra Indonesia CSR implementations policies are focused on improving the living standard of the community around the company's operational locations in coastal areas and other communities in need. So for these reasons, in the future, Samudra Indonesia wants the management of CSR programs to be carried out of integrated and empowering manner, building a positive mindset, having a socio-economic impact, and of course, being independently sustainable. Next.
Yeah, as a regulation compliant public company, Samudra, of course, has a robust governance infrastructure. Other than the standard company organs, such as GMS, BOC, and BOD, and their supporting committees, they also have a CEO office to support its operation. And they also create a risk management framework to identify, assess, and treat risk exposures upon their strategic purposes, as well as to supervise, report, and repair the relevant risks in a structured way. Next. Yeah, and the governance and risk management are under the supervision of a highly qualified compliance director, which has experience in a law firm, banking, retail, and manufacturing industries, both local and international companies. It has also applied several ISOs to certify that it is under high standard of governance. One of them is ISO 37001, an anti-corruption management system standard. That's all from the GRC aspect. Next, Fatur will conclude the awesomeness of Samudra Indonesia. Please, Fatur.
Thank you. The conclusion that we got from Samudra Indonesia are the family has clear structure of governance. Then for the environment, Samudra Indonesia complies with international standard in waste management. For societal side, Samudra Indonesia consistently give back its benefit to the community, like in education and healthcare. In GRC, Samudra Indonesia applies a high standard of corporate governance. And from our observation, Samudra Indonesia has never stopped to develop itself by embracing every opportunity and challenges, and always continue making a better and innovative progress to maintain the sustainability of the company. Okay, thank you. We have a class with kue lapis. That's all from us. Back to Bu Claudia, please.
Thank you, Fatur, and thank you, Pariski, for all and friends, for all the insightful presentation that's coming from you. This presentation will be followed by a Q&A, which has have been seen that some of the audience has been sending Q&A throughout the Slido. So let me pick two questions for you to answer right now. Do not worry, guys. Like the other questions will absolutely be answered during the open discussion session. For right now, I'm gonna pick only two questions for the group to answer. So the first question is that, what is Samudra Indonesia overall ESG program approach? So anyone from Pak Rizky and team would like to address this?
Sorry, Claudia, can you repeat the question? It was not heard earlier.
Oh, okay. So what is Samudra Indonesia's overall ESG program of approach?
Yeah, for the environment, Samudra Indonesia complies with international standards and ISOs. And for the social, I think Samudra Indonesia consistently gives back to communities, such as building schools and building boats even for children that is in need of water transportation for schools. And for the governance, as mentioned earlier, they have a robust governance system because they are a public company and they pretty set up the high standard for the governance and risk and compliance measures. So that's the ESG approach for Samudra Indonesia that we have observed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Rizky. Very good answer. The second question is that the question about how does COVID-19 affect the company ESG implementation? Is there any significant effect? Is there any like delay or something? Maybe we would like to explain also, Pak Rizky and team.
Okay, I'll take this question. So COVID actually doesn't have much effect on the business, but in fact, we at Samudra Indonesia, they have increased their social implementation, which they have given oxygen tanks for those who suffered from COVID. So if we ask about the ESG, it doesn't affect the business at all. In fact, it increased the social department part. Thank you.
Okay, that's very good to hear. Thank you, Gita. All right, I think that's the presentation from Samudra Indonesia. Let's give a round of applause to them. Okay, so next case is about Kalbe Pharma, which will be presented by Mas Teguh Hartarto and team. So let me introduce you to Kalbe Pharma. Kalbe Pharma is a leading pharmaceutical company in Indonesia. Are you curious how Kalbe Pharma implement their ESG? Please stay tuned for the presentation by Mas Teguh. Mas Teguh, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone. So I think before we start, I would like to say thank you for for Professor Aman. Unfortunately, he couldn't join for this after the end. And then of course to Ibu Amelia Naim and Bapak Agus Finadi as our lecturer, and of course 3 distinguished guest speakers. So for we would like to start with the Kalbe Pharma presentation and starting by Pak Teguh. Go ahead, Pak Teguh.
Pak Teguh, it seems your sound's not sharing. Can you reshare the sound?
You are still mute, Pak Teguh.
Okay, mungkin back to Pak Alvin as the. Okay, thank you.
Morning, dear all respected colleagues. My name is Maria Novena, and my other teammates is Pak Duan, Pak Teguh, and also Bu Dewi. Today, we will present about Kalbe Pharma. PT Kalbe Pharma is a respected pharmaceutical company in Indonesia and also the largest publicly listed pharmaceutical company in Southeast Asia. Growing both organically and through merger and acquisitions, Kalbe expands its business interests and transforms itself to become a provider of an integrated healthcare solution, not just local, but also international market. It was founded from strong root of family value and has been aware of the importance of implementing sustainable development goals to grow its business through ESGRC approach. Let's hear more about ESGRC implementation in Kalbe Pharma.
Okay, that's the introduction from our friend Maria. And I will explain also for the next slide about the Kalbe. So Kalbe Pharma was founded on September 10 in the 66 by 6 siblings. Started from the humble operation in a garage in the Priok to become the leading pharmaceutical company in Indonesia. And how the sibling put a business foundation in family, they have like 4 principles, like passion for research and innovation. The second one is all of the effort for the goodness of family. The third one, the entrepreneurship in mind. And the last one is trust between the family member is the priority. Next, please. So this is Kalbe at glance. There is a public company since 1991 and listed in Indonesia Stock Exchange. Being the largest publicity listed pharmaceutical company in Southeast Asia with a market cap for 5.2 billion USD. And the sales breakdown by segment is on below, like the pharmaceutical is 21%, consumer health is 15%, nutritional 27%, and distribution and logistic. And they manage the market 95% domestic and 5% in export, like in the Asian country, Nigeria, and South Africa. Next. And the company value for Kalbe is the vision is to be the best Indonesian global healthcare company, driven by innovation, strong brands, excellent management. And the corporate value is not, we can call they call it Pancasrada, 5 principles that running in the within company. The first one is mindfulness in the foundation of our action. Strive to be the best. Trust is the glue of life. Innovation is the key to our success. And the last one is interconnectedness in a universal way of life. Next. And this is the structure and corporate governance in Kalbe. So in carrying their duties, the GMS, Board of Commissioner, and the Board of Director are guided by transparency, accountability, responsibility, independency, and fairness principle to ensure the sustainability of the company business by taking into the account of the interests of all shareholders. Next slide, please. So the Kalbe Sustainable Strategy Indonesia is bersama sehatkan bangsa, or together building a healthy nation. So they have like a internal and external pillar. For the internal they call erat, and the external they call sehat. And the sehat pillars drive Kalbe support for achieving the 9 sustainable development goals, namely in goals number 1, 3, 4, until 10, 12, and 16. So goal number 3, good health and well-being, is a priority for Kalbe, as it aligns with the commitment from Kalbe to improving the health of each individual and the Indonesian nation as a whole. Next slide. So this is Kalbe sustainability aligned with the global standard. So the internal pillars, the 4 internal pillars is aligned, like ethos, pregnant body, aspiring, and take action. Then for the 5 external pillars is like science and technology for health, ecosystem and environment preservation, hygiene and health education, access to healthcare, and the total sustainability business ecosystem. Next, please. And this is the framework. So starting from the external determination basis, like from the government regulation compliance, and also put it into internal convention like the SDG, ISO, and United Nations Global Compact, and turn it into internal determination basis like the sustainability policy, and also the purpose that's set up in the company. Next will be Pak Duan to explain the ESGRC.
Okay,
in Kalbe, ESGRCs will be become a core business value. We see the growth areas and market challenge on first half of 2022. There's solid top and bottom line growth 12.2% and 9.3%. On the growth side, we see the innovation for sustainability growth and ESG initiative. And in the challenge side, there's a minimized supply chain adverse impact because of global supply chain issue and health and safety for employee and the partners during pandemic. Next. Next, please. Okay. What Kalbe do is access to healthcare. So in access to healthcare for better life, Kalbe already do increase the public access to generic product, medical devices, and diagnostic to support the national health insurance scheme, fight against stunting, digital telemedicine platform, Click Doctor, extensive distribution point to provide healthcare access through B2C outlet, distribution to COVID-19 vaccine to 7 provinces and already vaccination more than 20,000 people in 6 cities, and active role implementation of ESG in the internal. Next. Okay, for the internal awareness, Kalbe doing many training. We can see in the left bottom that training for understand and take action for global goals, social return for your CSR investment, GRI certification, ISO 26000, and then in the center we can see that Kalbe already try to make everyone aware about the using of the tumbler. Then using a one-time plastic bottle, and they use a discussion about the Kalbe for water, fresh water for the people in Wonogiri. Next, please. This is the other CSR initiative that Kalbe doing, that Kalbe itself, Kalbe Bergerak, blood donation, consumer health, doing a mini CSR, UMKM workshop, and then the last one is a Kalbe Onco for the community cancer with all the cancer program. Next. Okay, Kalbe doing the create share value for total sustainable business ecosystem. They do herbal development for technology development of tissue culture. They're working with University of Surabaya and Kyunghee University, South Korea, to develop ginseng production through the tissue culture technology. And they do red ginger and citronella too. In the right side, we can see that they prioritize local national sourcing to support government initiative, also for impactful for the community small scale industry. They have 70% supplier from the Kalbe Pharma. Next. In ecosystem and environmental preservation, Kalbe doing energy mix combination with compressed natural gas to solar panel, energy efficiency and saving effort, transition of renewable energy, greenhouse gas emission control, biodiversity protection, and wastewater effluent management. They have a Taman Jahe Merah Bintang 7 in Cikarang for the biodiversity protection. Next, please. Okay, for ecosystem innovation, Kalbe, the first one, they're working with the government to have a Ristek and Brin Kalbe Science Award. This is for innovation for better life, and they encourage innovation for kids, so they know that so our kids know about the ecosystem innovation from early age, and they do internal innovation. They do create Inotak and Convention for Innovation for internal. Next will be oleh Bu Dewi.
Okay, thank you, Pak Doan. So we are on the interesting part right now, so regarding the analysis and discussion of GRC metric. So GRC indicator terms that analyze an organization's approach to the three areas, which is corporate governance, corporate risk management, and regulatory compliance. So for Kalbe itself, like we did all this checking on the material topic, and then most of like it's a mix between 4 and 5, which is from the transform and the proactive. Then actually like we can conclude here like from the P and which is process, M manpower, and T or tools. We mixed still like between 5 proactive and transform, but then we conclude that Kalbe is still in the transform area right now. So next slide, please. So this is actually like some of the example. For example, like here, like it's about like manpower of talent pool. Kalbe actually already in the proactive area, which is they already did some of like initiative about the Campus Merdeka program, and then they do a lot of like talent pool as well, but vocational program. Next, please. And then for the another manpower KPI indicator, we conclude that based on the interview, Kalbe is still in the transform area, which is still for the condition of manage already fulfilled, but then the organization already have the system that need to improve more. Next slide. Another one for the tools, which is cloud computing. Actually, like Kalbe already implement like the cloud computing or big data, but then still like the conditions still like need to be improved as well. Next. And then another one is about like supported information system to support effective decision making. Kalbe still in the transform area, and this is the example that what they did already in the company. Next. Now like we go to the sustainable performance highlight and award, which is here like Kalbe already like have the rating is a AA rating issued by MSCI, which is the highlight from the sustainability award. And then for the social impact, actually like employees still like dominant by a male dominant. For economic impact, they actually like very good in the increasing of the farmer to the red ginger ecosystem program, which is in 2020, I think it's around like a double compared to the previous year. Next. Then we go to the achievement. I think this is the example of the achievement of Kalbe Pharma, especially in the AA ESG rating in 2021. Next. So we go with the analysis and discussion regarding the family business itself. So for Kalbe Pharma, Kalbe Pharma is like the point of view is a business first and family legacy and family owned. So the type of the CSR itself is the CSR is to improve the lifestyle and to ensure the conducive market environment, which is in here. We can categorize Kalbe Pharma as the type CSR number 2. And then the family ownership course is the participation of multiple generation of family members and expanded potential number of owners as well. And of course, like there's a separation between management and ownership roles in Kalbe Pharma. So next, we'll be presenting by Pak Teguh again. Next slide, please.
Okay, this is the triple bottom line, which we're talking about the people, planet, and profits. So regarding the people in the Kalbe, they make a movement about women empowerment program in Banten, and then support for local red ginger farmer. And the next is Kalbe's good manpower management has maintained the employee turnover ratio at 3.4%. And also they have a sharing program and 8-step and several tools training guidance for vendor and giving 1.5 years to make improvement or innovation in their respective company. Regarding to planet, Kalbe has achieved a green proper rating for Cikarang plant. So the renewable mix energy increasing year on year 1.73%. And also they make an energy consumption saving for 200 TOE. And they make a reduction for hazardous use and toxic waste by 5% year on year. And also utilization of renewable energy increasing by 0.3%. And talking about profit, they have increased sales year on year regarding last year by 13.6%, and also increasing revenue by 16.5%. Next, please. Okay, so for conclusion and recommendation, our conclusion, Kalbe has undergo everything necessary to implement SDG within the company culture and working process. They implement 11 out of 70 from all SDG goal by UN. Sorry, miss typo. And all the ESGRC component already embedded within company vision, mission, and core value. But our recommendation is for the Kalbe setting more ambitious target with getting goal proper for the following years. And maybe they can expand CSR program to outside Java or remote area in Indonesia, and starting to initiate the eco-friendly packaging campaign for their product. For the last slide, I would like to, next slide, please. I would like to thank you to Bu Melina Karamoy as a General Manager of Corporate Communication and Sustainability at PT Kalbe Pharma Tbk. They already share for the interview process and sharing the information and our question to fulfill this presentation. Thank you, Bu Melina Karamoy. That's all for our presentation from this group. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Teguh. So that's a very insightful presentation from your team and you as well. Looking at the questions, just like the previous group, I would like to pick 2 questions for you to answer. The first one is that, what is the biggest obstacle to sustainability in Kalbe Pharma? Now, please go ahead, address the question, Mas Teguh, or maybe the team.
Thank you, Mbak Claudia. So I would like to take to answer the question. So regarding the obstacle in Kalbe Pharma, after like we did interview and some reviewing the report from this company. So actually like not all the sub companies actually in Kalbe Pharma, which is they have around 35 companies right now, a sister company that embedded the SDG as well. So mostly in the holding company only. It's not really like kind of like together doing this. So in just like one by one of the sister company. And the second one is about the continuous of the commitment from all stakeholders, which is need to be like aligned among the stakeholders in the company. And the last one is about the transparency in the Kalbe Pharma itself. So I think this is the main obstacle that we can see during our review of this Kalbe Pharma. I hope that's answered the question.
Yes, for sure. Thank you, Mbak. And the second question is that, what is the key for Kalbe as a family company to be a big company and sustain the business like today? Please go ahead with the answer.
Thank you, Claudia.
Okay, yes.
I will take the question. So
yes.
the key for this why Kalbe as the family business or family company to be big right now, when by research and also interview, is the essence is the trust. Yeah, trust is the glue for the business. So when the 6 founder of the Kalbe is putting the trust between the member family for the big greater good for the business. So that's why Kalbe can, as the family business, can be big like now, because they put trust to each other. So like In the 6 founder, they have like a different different specialty. Like Dr. Bun is as the research and innovation, and some the youngest sibling is for the business and the economic. So I think it is what we can learn from them, that they put trust between each other and put behind their ego. Even the 6 founder already have a family, have their wife or husband, they still can be together like now and make the business a big until we see like now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Teguh, for the answer. All right. Moving forward, we have another case study to present. So we have Humpus Intermoda. So Humpus is a public company engaged in transporting the liquefied natural gas, crude oil, gasoline, chemical, containers, coal, and many other marine cargo products. So would you like to know how Humpus applied the ESG in their business? Della and her friends will speak about this topic. Now, Della, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Kak Claudia. I'm going to go first. My name is Desvika. So as you can see on the screen, our topic today is about the real implementation of ESG and GCG in PT Humpus Intermoda Transportasi Tbk. So these are going to be some of the things that we're going to cover in the next minutes. Now, let's take a look deeper on PT Humpus Intermoda Transportasi. Okay. So from the previous video, I'm going to just conclude a little bit more about Humpus. Basically, PT Humpus Intermoda Transport, TBK, or we call it HITS, is a public company engaged in the transportation sector. Headquartered in Jakarta, Indonesia, the company was founded back in 1977. So these are their vision, mission, and also their corporate values. So from the first section, there is vision. So Humpus Intermoda visions, always aiming on becoming a world company in the field of energy infrastructure and distributions. Meanwhile, Humpus's mission is providing the best for customers in operational excellence, health, internationally standardized safety, environment, and social responsibility in order to sustainably increase the added value for the stakeholders. And the last one is the core values of the company. The core values of the company is actually carried out through the implementation of corporate values called HITS. It's actually for honesty and harmony, innovation, trust and services, and also operation excellence. From what I have mentioned, until the end of 2019, Humpus so far had 8 business segments. There are LNG transportation, petrochemical transportation, oil transportation, dredging, offshore support vessel, ship management, marine support, HR, and development.
All right, now let's talk about the journey. So the journey of HUMPU's GCG implementation start on 1948 when the company start with the establishment of IMO, or the abbreviation of International Maritime Organization, in order to develop and also maintain regulatory framework with responsibility for the safety and security of shipping and prevention of marine and pollution by ships, which also then it supports the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Then the journey continues in 1986 by establishing the liquefied natural gas division and constructed one LNG vessels. And in 1992 until 1997 era, the company finally established and go public, and the journey continues on 2004 until 2010, where the company start its mission to comply with every policy that regulates corporate governance, also conducts internal control, and also implementation of the risk management. HITS then transformed not only as transformation company, but also into an energy distribution company that give benefits for all Indonesian people through its mission to develop people. And since 2020, they establishing GCG as the company culture in the company operations and making the company accepted to be part of the community through the CSR approach. So it is also to add value and make continuous improvement to the community. Also, following the discussion earlier, we can see that a phenomenon we are facing right now is coming from the term here, climate change, which is that is also why ESG is a hot issue nowadays due to the global concern. And it is also one of the most important pillar in implementation of GCG, which we will further discuss on this presentation. As we highlighted again, from the previous slide, we believe ESG is playing a key role to achieve sustainable development, and for the company itself, this is being highlighted on its mission through its sustainability pillars. So there are actually four. The first one, protecting marine ecosystem. The second one, maintain OHS, which is the effort to reduce the negative impact of the environment that are demonstrated through the implementation of the occupational and environmental health and accident management system, or we know as SMK3L, which has been outlined in the company mission, environmental policy, budget work plan, and also through its key performance indicator or KPI. And until now, it is being proven that throughout 2021, last year, HITS already received no fines or penalties related to non-compliance with regulation and legislation related to all environmental management. Third one, developing people through the company and also around its surroundings. And lastly, is comply with all the prevailing regulations.
Okay, so I think we now discuss about the ESG initiative here. So if you can see, we a little bit detailed in terms of the initiative in terms of environment and social and the governance here. So for example, what HITS doing is adopted the ship energy efficiency management plan in the international, based on the International Maritime Organization, or we call IMO, to facilitate full efficient ship operations. And the provision of cleaning ballast water are required to be full shipped by the IMO as outlined in the Ballast Water Management Convention. And also, HITS is carrying out its operational activity has a target of zero oil spill as a form of marine ecosystem that is free from oil pollutions. And also, HIT used free anti-fouling paint used in accordance also with the IMO International Convention. So the other also HITS optimized operational vehicle so that there is a reduction in the fuel consumption, can ultimately control exhaust emission that can cause air pollution. And also in addition to office waste, the company is also responsible for the management for other waste derived from operation at sea. From the activity of the operation at sea, the waste produced is very diverse: solid waste, liquid waste, solid B3, and liquid B3. And also the last of the E is also HIT's commitment to fulfill the environmental responsibility by achieving several certifications in terms of the ISO standard, things like that. In terms of the social also, signed a task force. They did assign a task force and human capital to provide consultancy channel on physical health and safety due to COVID. Then they try also to implement of OHS management is carried out on the HITs. They through the ESMB code, through the ISO 911, ISO 45001, sorry, ISO 14001 also. And also the availability of safe and decent work environment is part of HIT's management commitment to its employee. And you can also see which is in the mission is also related with the sustainability. That's also showing the part of the commitment of the board. And also OS training for employee and crew. And the company also has a policy not to discriminate between gender, race, ethnic, or religion in the implementation of employee recruitment. The composition of HIT's governance, body board of commission and board director employee are diverse, which are tailored to the needs also of the company. And they provide equal opportunity for male and female employees and to pursue career development and competence. The company also have a commitment to prioritize the use of the labor, which is Indonesian citizenship in its business activity. And in 2021, it's our opportunity to students of the shipping vocational school to improve their skill within the scope of the business. And in 2022, it also will focus on community empowerment in Eastern Indonesia, especially in the Papua region. So the company plans to build synergy with one of the shipping vocation high school in West Papua. In terms of the governance, they create a whistleblowing system implementation. So all employee can give the inputs or report things, incident things without any feelings that they can have an impact to their being or maybe to their career in terms of the company. They also implement, like I say, ISO 001 of environmental management system. They also establish committee to supervise ESG and GCG implementation in the company, which is one of the board member, or maybe the board member is also Professor Roy Sample there. They also implementing anti-corruption and anti-fraud policy. Next, please. Okay, so if you see here right now, we see we want to explain about ESG benefit for the company or for HITs. For example, create and protect value. In terms of the create value, ESG implementation not only focusing on related with the GCD in terms of the creating the governance, which is focusing more on the protecting value, but they also have is also helping the business to creating or to create or to get a new tenders in terms of the tenders that they have to follow, because usually right now one of the parameter of the company of whom or HITs to can apply the tender, they have to showing the evidence they already implement the ESG. So that will become in the part is also become how they create the ESG is creating value for the company. In terms of the protect value, it means that the related with the ESG or even also with the GCG, all the relation with the governance, all the risk management implementations also with comply with all the certain standard and certain regulations. They're showing how they protect their business as to protect the business, not creating incidents that also impacted in terms of the financial reputation, things like that. So in their terms, it's also protecting the value itself. And when we come to point two is when we create we say that in creating competitive advantage, I also related what the creating of the company position in terms of the competitor when they're doing the business. For example, like they're doing in terms of the one of the parameter to also can following the tender from other companies. So it's also increasing their competitive advantage level compared with their, of course, another company in the same industry. And also the third one is the increasing employee and crew productivity and well-being. In terms of this is implemented GCG and ESG also, with all the standard parameter that already they are set and they follow, it will be also can protect all the employee and the crews in terms of their activity, because in the nature of the activity of his is also very close for the safety compared with other industry, because their activity is very could be endangering their life, and is very in terms of the inherent risk, it will be increased in terms of the incident, things like that. And also the number 4 and ESG benefit, when you apply the certain standard also regulation, is also comply with the international industry standard of regulation. This is also related with all the points that are already been said to increase the competitive advantage, increase the employee safety, productivity, things like that. And to comply with the international, the industry is a must also for the hits, and also actually for the company in the same industry like that. And it also will be good creating good corporate image with all the implementation standard, like also saying by the former speaker before that, it will be creating giving a good image of how people are seeing, because now it's become a standard that need to be applied not only for hits, but all company in all industry, I think. So it's become a global standard. And also with all the implementation like that, it will helping the operational activity to ensure to reduce all the incident that could be happen, and it will be creating operational excellence. Next, please. So what is the challenge here? In terms of the challenge in the, what they have here, some they experience change in the regulations that force them for his to adapt their procedures and even maybe invest in advanced technology. And this is could be need to do to comply with all the standards that may be creating the international marine organizations. And it also part of their commitment to showing that they want to comply with all the regulation, with all the standard that that they have to comply. The next one is balancing the implementation of GCG in achieving short and long-term objectives for the company stakeholders. You need to decide sometimes in terms of the initiative here, which one the initiative is for the short or is the long term. And sometimes people or maybe the company want to pursue the short term, but also it's a bit forget in terms of the long-term objective, or maybe it could be wrong. You want to focus in terms of the long-term objective and sometimes forget the short. The GCG especially, it will be balanced that. It will be creating the balance, and so it's helping to help company to achieve the short and the long-term objective, because ideally you need to achieve both of them, but you maybe then the GCG cannot balance it in its maybe it will be maybe not possible, or it's not likely in the situation. And the third one also, the challenge is the social education and awareness for the employee and the community. I think in terms of especially at the beginning, to create or to promote the GCG and ESG is also need time. It need also face things like that. So this is more on the challenge that they're facing in the beginning, but it's getting better. Because I think in the nature of the business itself, it's required a employee and to understand all the implementation of GCG, ESG is also for the business, not only for the business actually, but it's also for their well-being or for the safety when they're doing the activity. But sometimes it creates a challenge because it needs to understanding about that and how it's related with the business and how is the value of the GCG and ESG to support directly to the business. So it's required time and sometimes a phase is but it's being there, and I think it's getting better along the way. So I think this is my closing statement here. If you can see here, we summarize that HIT is very committed also to give the protections to this world, because they seeing also this is also part of their business to achieve their business. and they going through that through the operational excellence. They're very focusing in terms of the ESG itself, and you can see if in the picture of the right in the board here, there's whole example how is their implementation ESG and as focusing in terms of the environmental. If you see that they are using the low sulfur and boat and visit with zero oil spill and 100% using a boat with free anti-fouling painting. I think that's all from our group. Thank you, and I think get back to you also, Claudia.
Yes, thank you, Patroy. Okay, so I'm gonna pick one question from the Slido, just like the previous group, but you only got one question because you have gone like a little bit over the time. So the question is, what is the meaning of operational excellence in Humpus Intermoda, and why is it considered as a benefit from ESG?
Okay, thank you, Claudia, for the question. So the operational excellence is basically is a standard or guideline which require to be followed and forced to be implemented by the operation teams for their activity. Operations activity should be operate excellently by focusing on maintaining regulation compliance, maintaining the safety of personnel and assets such as tanker ship and tugboat ship, and reliability of the equipment. Excellence in operations and safety is embedded in its mission, core values, and it become one of their strategy for sustainability. It is also considered a benefit of ESG due to if they comply with the regulations, especially in the maritime industry, means that they are taking good care of the environment. Also, by implementing operational excellence, it becomes its competitive advantage in the client tendering process. Thank you, Clau, for that.
Thank you, Satrio, for the answer. So actually, we have seen 3 cases about 3 different companies in implementing the ESG in their business. But now it's 10:33 a.m. and I would like to propose a 5 minutes break. But don't be afraid, guys. Please come back, because a little bit spoiler to you, we have giveaways at the end of this session. So please come back again after our break. So and then off you go, grab your coffee, take a quick bathroom break, and we will be back at 10:38 a.m. I'll see you after. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Thank you.
Thank you, Clau.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Is everyone back yet?
Yes, we're back.
I'm here.
Yes. All right. So
Claudia.
welcome back, everyone. I hope you're still in the mood because we still have 2 more presentation of the case study that we would like to go through. So again, if you have questions, kindly submit via slido.com and then enter the password 1695378. The Q&A will be done by the end of each presentation and later at the open discussion session. So without any further delay, the next case study is about Siloam Hospital Group, which will be presented by Ibu Yosia and her friends. So a little bit about Siloam Hospital. Siloam Hospital is a chain of healthcare facilities in Indonesia. It is a publicly listed company which is a part of Lipo Group. So without further delay, Bu Yosia, please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to present the competitive advantage through the ESG strategy of Siloam Hospitals Group. We are consisting of Pak Iskandar, Bu Jessie, Bu Maya, and myself, Yosia. Next, please. Here is our content for today's presentation. It starts with a company brief, family business philosophy and value, ESG and GRC implementation, and the last one is our holistic recommendation for Siloam. Next, please. Let's talk about a company brief. Next. Okay, as you might know that Siloam Hospital Groups cooperate in health industry by providing healthcare services. Siloam is a publicly listed company and their majority shareholders are Lipo Karawaci and CVC Capital Partner. Next, please. As the largest private hospital network in Indonesia, Siloam could cover 50% of the Indonesian population with their 41 hospitals and 60 clinics across 28 cities in Indonesia. Next, please. Okay, now we will present about their family business philosophy and value. Next. Okay, in relation to their family business, Siloam is owned by Lipo Group, which founded by Mr. Mohtar Riyadi. Currently, it is owned and led by the 3rd generation of the company, in which, based on the family business theory, the ownership distribution is based on employment in the family business. Next, please. The involvement of Riyadi's family in Siloam business is shown by Caroline Riyadi in Board of Director and John Riyadi in Board of Commissioner. Next, please. Okay, and the last part is about understanding their family philosophy. They adopt the business first philosophy since the employment of family member is based on qualification and private equity company has already invested in the company. Second one, they hold a family legacy philosophy since they already diversify their business, which not depends on initial industry where the founder built the business. The last one is they adopt a family-run philosophy since the family still has an ownership and through their 3rd generation, the family still also run the business. Next, please. Okay, regarding the ESG implementation in Siloam will be presented by Bu Jessie. And over to you, Bu.
So why is ESG important for Siloam? Basically, Siloam core business is people service. Therefore, Siloam believes in impacting people's life. Doing ESG can bring high impact to the social part of ESG.
Siloam also believes that strong implementation of ESG can leverage the company to be more competitive and be leaders among peers. Next. The journey for ESG was started in 2020 for Siloam. Therefore, they started to develop their sustainability strategy that focuses on 3 pillars. The first pillar is investing in our resources to provide quality healthcare. Second pillar, providing access to healthcare services. And the third one is developing clinical programs to improve medical services. And in the next few slides, we'll be covering on the 3 focus of Siloam's ESG initiatives. And next one. So basically, this is a show that the external rating for Siloam ESG. Siloam engaged with EcoVadis, which is an external company that rates Siloam ESG. Within 1 year, they score 48, improved into a 50th percentile that is positioned by the rating in by EcoVadis among peers in the markets in Europe and in the US. Therefore, this is quite an exceptional achievement within just 1 year. With the ESG initiative, this will be covered by my colleague, Pa Iskandar. Go ahead, Pa Is.
Thank you, Bu Jesse. Okay, so Siloam ESG initiative overview have 3 key initiatives. The first one is the expanding access of health service to all corners of Indonesia. The second is empowering our employees, and the third one is patient experience and safety. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so in this slide, we can see the Indonesian ratio for bed is 1.36. Actually, it's already above the ideal criteria from the WHO, but unfortunately, that this ratio is not distributed equally. As we can see on the infographic on the right side, that there are still 1 province that under 1. So which is Lampung 0.95. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's move to Siloam focus number 1, expanding access of health facility. So to support Indonesia government to provide needs to all Indonesian citizens and to support SDG number 3, good health and well-being, Siloam continuously expanding their health facility even in the remote area. So we can see on the right side that there are numbers about the bed patients and the hospital that under the Siloam group. Next slide. Thank you. Okay, on this slide, to align with company vision and support with the SDG number 3 and 4, Siloam committed to provide access to quality healthcare and education with their partner. Sekolah Lentera Harapan. So we can see there are 6 clinics in the remote area of the Papua, and there's a good news. Siloam just opened a new clinic, 1 clinic on the September. So it's like this month, right? September 2022. So there are 7 clinics in the remote area of the Papua. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so let's talk about the Indonesian health worker. So, what is the use of the hospital if there is no health professional running on it, right? So, Indonesia still need like 130,000 doctors to fulfill Indonesian hospital. So, and sadly, the most lagging part is on the eastern of Indonesia. So we can see from the diagram on the right side, from all the provinces in Indonesia, there are only 3 provinces that can fulfill their need from their health professional. And the worst, as we can predict, it will be on Papua. Next slide. Okay, so let's move to focus number 2 for the Siloam is strengthening human resource initiative. So Siloam is focused to strengthen the focus on the availability of quality medical professional to provide scholarship to Indonesian to study nursing at University Pelita Harapan. After they complete their study, the scholarship student will get employment at the Siloam Hospital. Okay, so next slide, we'll be back to Ibu Jessie. Thank you.
So I will cover on the third focus for this ESG initiative. In 2016, there were 26 hospitals, Siloam hospitals with different IT systems. Therefore, the strategy is that we cannot continue to grow if the basic foundation is not done right. Therefore, in 2017, we started to develop the digital transformation strategy that is divided into 3 phases. The first one is consolidations, because we need to get the basics right. The second part is digitalization, where we need to transform the patient journey to gain leverage into the experience within the hospital. And the third phase is innovation. All 3 phases in support with SDG number 9. Next one. In 2019, just before COVID, Siloam launched My Siloam app, where with the features of outpatient scheduling, patients can easily see the doctors practicing, and they can make appointments through booking through the My Siloam app. It also has features for teleconsultation, patient portal where patients can gain access into their medical history, their lab result, their radiology result, and etc. And Siloam also continued to solidify their back-end processes, such as implementing electronic medical records and the electronic resource planning. And also engage with partners to develop Prixa into their AI technology, which is still an ongoing process at the moment. Next, please. And in early 2022, Siloam also moved to digitizing patient feedback, where before of this process, it was only done through paper-based, which was very difficult to actually gain traction in terms of real-time responding and service recovery when there is complaints or feedback that was bring forth by patients. This is quite an erroneous journey through this engaging with vendors in terms of establishing SOFAS, which is a Siloam online feedback aggregator system. And Siloam also uses an NPS measurement, which is a Net Promoter Score, where patients can measure or give feedback on how likely will they promote Siloam service to others. Of course, as a company, we also benchmark our NPS score among the industry. At the moment, the benchmark for healthcare NPS is 58. Currently, Siloam sits at 75 in terms of scoring, which is above the healthcare benchmark. And I will transition the next slide into Maya. Go ahead, Maya.
Yeah, okay. So talking about ESG as part of the company's business model, previously we learned that the CSR activities were seen as the full responsibility of each corporation. But currently, it is more appropriate to divide CSR activities into 3 categories listed on this table. First one, CSR is linked with the business model of the company. The second, the company are doing CSR, they involved directly in the community projects. And the third one is corporate philanthropy, where direct benefits or donations to the company. So Siloam's activity belong to the first category, where is the choice of activities and the partner involved are the full responsibility of the corporations. It gives the direct benefit to both the corporations and also the community and the society. Next slide, please. Yeah, so in the part of these ESG initiatives, so Siloam ESG, they realize that it's not just part of their doing the CSR or giving back to the society. Actually, the management realized that in order to succeed and to be able to be sustainable in their ESG initiatives, it has to be a part of their business model and not just like a one-time philanthropy activity only, which is nothing's wrong with that, and they're also doing that. But to be able to for the model to be sustainable, it needs to be a part of their business model. So obviously, with previous presentation by my colleagues, you could see that one of Siloam's strength is their network. With currently 41 hospitals and 60 clinics across Indonesia, it is the largest hospital chains in the country. So actually, some hospitals and those clinics are not making, or they're making very little profit as it is. But Siloam business model is they keep on expanding to all the, even to the remote areas in Indonesia. Some locations or area are not even commercially viable. For example, they are making a presence and pioneer of the health facility in Papua. But to compare with some other flagship hospitals, where the profits are bigger, obviously. So they could do the business model of the cross-subsidizations, whereas the locations or the hospital which are making the higher profits, could fund the locations which are making currently little profit. But as they grow and grow and grow, hopefully the one who is being cross-subsidized could be making bigger profits, and they could do the same model to the other locations in the future. Next. Now we're going to talk about the GRC implementation in Siloam. Next slide. So Siloam governance initiatives have 6 pillars, which are managing and control relationship between the stakeholder. And the second one is implement good risk management, promoting conformity in the management of the company, to create a commitment to conduct business according with the good business ethics, transparency, and comply with the regulations, to be proactive in adaptation to dynamic industrial changes, and the last one is to stay competitive. So Siloam already has a whistleblowing system instilled for all the whistleblowing committee. Also, its anti-bribery training completion rate are being done to both management and employees. You could see the figure said that training is like 100%. And moving to the right side into the decision-making process, Siloam has what they call investment committee, whereas all investment plan or projects above 10 billion rupiah and all the hospital openings must be presented to the investment committee for their review, and to get also before being presented to the Board of Commissioner for approval. Each hospital openings need to go through a 5 stages processes, starting from the site selection, planning, construction, MTC, and operation. And in terms of related policy, it has strengthened the policy with all the vendors, regardless of who they are, related or not related. They have to go through the same processes before transactions with them can be carried out. So all related party transactions are reported to the audit committee and reviewed on a quarterly basis. Next. Now, if we were to know the whereabouts and the scoring of Siloam's GRC level, we shall look into their GRC maturity level. We could see in terms
excuse me, I think we lost.
Okay, maybe I will cover it up. So this one is the GRC maturity level of Siloam. Most of the assessment is on the transformed level, which means the components of the GRC is completed and supported by policies, procedure, and methodologies that are in harmony with each other, so that the element is constantly being updated and improved along with the challenge and changes that faces. Next, please. Okay, so this one is the risk and compliance that's already implemented in Siloam. In the left side is the compliance that that the Siloam has to comply with. This is the national and international standard. In the other side, in the right side, this is the risk management that already implemented in Siloam. They already comply with the 3 lines model that already standardized in their policy and business process, internal control system and risk management, and also the periodic audit. Next, please. Okay, so this is the holistic recommendation for Siloam. Okay, so in conclusion and the recommendation from us that they already integrated the ESG into their business model. And also our conclusion is they need to escalate more the ESG into ESGRC with the focus on the risk management. And also they can use their ESGRC initiative into their branding and marketing of the company. So it can bring the more competitive advantage to the performance of the company. Next, please. Thank you. That's all of our presentation for Siloam Hospitals Group. Hand over to MC. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mbak Yosia. All right. So, because you go over time again, I'm just gonna read one questions for you. So the question is, healthcare is changing. How do you see the sustainability trend evolve as a game changer, and how will it impact Siloam moving forward? Please go ahead with the answer.
Thank you, Claudia. I think I'll take this question. So basically, if we align with the Siloam vision that we want to reach and scale, that we want to continue to bring our presence into Indonesia population. And as part of the Siloam strategy 5.0, we think that one of the game changer would be digitalization. Therefore, in the next few years, Siloam will be enhancing a digital system in order to continue to boost patient experience. We want to understand the patient journey and capture their voices on what would make them be loyal and feel the presence of Siloam service in their lives. I believe that's probably what would be the focus for the next few years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Jessie, for the answer. Actually, that's a very interesting case that you present today about Siloam Hospital. Right. So moving forward to the last case that we have. Time flies, right? So the next case will be presented by Ibu Emilani and her friends. The case is about Sriboga Flour Mill. Actually, I will be the one that presenting this company first, so please bear with me. So, next slide, please, Vika. Next slide. Okay, so before before I go ahead with my presentation, so I have the video that will explain a little bit about Sriboga Flour Mill. So please, Vika, play the video. Yes.
From humble beginnings, PT Sriboga Flour Mills began its production in 1998 under the name of PT Sriboga Raturaya. PT Sriboga Raturaya has evolved to become PT Sriboga Flour Mill and PT Sriboga Food Group. Sriboga Flour Mill is now the pioneer in the flour technology.
All right, I think that's the video. So let me give you again like the highlight of the Sriboga group. So established in 1998, Sriboga Raturaya is a leading player within Indonesia food sector, including food ingredients manufacturing and international food franchise restaurant management. In 2011, Sri Boga Ratu Raya became a holding company of many subsidiaries, which is, if you can see the logo here, there's so many notable companies that we are very familiar about. There's Pizza Hut Delivery, Marugame Udon, and even our beloved school, IPMI International Business School. So after that, Sri Boga Ratu Raya later spun off to become Sri Boga Flour Mill. So Sri Boga Flour Mill offers a range of innovative with flour products that cater to the specific consumer preferences in the Asian market. The group's complementary downstream brand includes Sri Boga Bakeries Integra and Sri Boga Food Solutions, which expertly develop successful product for the local Indonesian market, as well as adhering through stringent international standard for export markets such as Japan for breadcrumbs. Now, the company has grown from a flour mill into a food ingredients manufacturing to become one of the top 5 wheat flour manufacturer in Indonesia and leading innovation for specialized flour product. Next slide, please. So this part of the slide will be presented by my colleague.
Thank you, Clau. This slide telling about the position of the Sri Boga in the market. Yeah, Sri Boga is number 5 in the market in Indonesia. The share is around the market share is around 5.5% compared to the others. The leading is Bogasari. The share is 57%, and second is Eastern 10.7%, Fugui 9.7%, and Sari Boga 5.5%. Next, please. Yes, this is the implementation of the ESG program based on the 4th element of our corporate mission, which states that Sri Boga Flour Mill shares the responsibility with the government to take an active role in improving and enhancing the welfare in Indonesian society in general, and in particular that of the communities in which the company operates. Corporate mission has reflected the company commitment about community welfare, delivery shared value to their customer through our ESG implementation. This is our missions. Strive to provide the best products and service at affordable price for all our customers. We value our people to core elements of the company. We guarantee satisfactory return to all shareholders and fulfill all our commitment to banks and suppliers. We will contribute toward improving the social welfare of the communities in which we operate. Next, please. Present by my colleagues.
Thank you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Emilani. I'm the head of sales of Ross Diagnostic Indonesia. I will continue from the aspect of social. Sri Boga corporate commitment to contribute toward improving the social welfare of the community in which we operate. The missions were clearly stated by the corporate written statement, but also strongly implemented by the company. We have heard actually from the CEO, Bapak Hadian Iswari said, as it is the responsibility in participating in building the nations, the company will continue to carry out the social responsibility program in developing UMKM, which is small, medium enterprises, and assisting the community with the social programs. Here we see actually the 4 core social corporate programs, which is already implemented some of them is more than 20 years already. The first one is establishment the IPMI Business School, where we are sitting today here. The company believes that educations and creating the next generations of responsibility leader, business leader, and service to the community is a central pillar for this long-term payback cycle philosophy. The second part, Sri Boga Flour Mill also provide scholarships opportunity. This is the good things actually. They open this kind of opportunity by offspring to its partner, small, medium enterprises partner. They send the children of those SMEs members to have a study at e-coping universities with specializes in SME and also the corporative economics. They believe this program, which has been in place since 2009, is designed to contribute to the further development of SME by supporting the development of the next generation's qualified professionals. And we know actually by 2013, the scheme has provided 35 scholarships and has produced around 10 qualified graduates. The next one is Sri Boga work together with Indonesians SME and cooperative, which is korporasi, which is most of the Indonesians originals or small business enterprise coming from koperasi, engaged in the heat floor related industries, which account for 40% of their customer base. For almost 20 years, Sri Boga began actively engaged with the SME and cooperative across Indonesia. And as of now, they have around more than 4,000 UMKM, which is small, medium enterprises as a member, and also around 175 communities already, and majority sitting in Java Island. The group also makes bakerpreneurships program available for students who looking to enter Indonesia bakery industries. Next slide, please. On the implementations of corporate governance, the tone of organizations and the leader are critically important. And then we see actually it's all been captured in the value shared coming from the stakeholder and also shareholder. It is about the first one is integrity that will be translated and handheld into all the activities of the company. The second one it is commitment toward excellent services. They establish what is named Sri Boga Customer Center. It is such an after-sales support with all the customers who have complaints, who has queries, that they will come to these customer centers. But now it's not only become a customer centers, actually, they exceeded the expectations of customers by processing various foods made by wheat flour. And then these SCC customer centers now including all the programs of education center, development center, innovations, service and information centers. The third one, excellencies and profitability. Sri Boga Business and Profit, along with the welfare, all their partner, which is include how they operate such as SME. We can see actually this is the left part of this slide, and then we move to the business process as part of the governance. We identify from the interview and also from the several informations that more than 50% of the business of Sri Boga still contributed by the big, medium to big enterprises. But they know actually these very strong customers that need to be engaged, need to be retained. So what they are doing is actually they have a strong large account management, which they believe it not only contributed to the business, but they involve the large account involving them to contribute to all the activities, educations in developing the SME. It is such creating a holistic ecosystems. Just now in the very beginning of the class, we heard from Dr. Shirley about circular economy, but what we see here actually a circular business support amongst all the stakeholder, customers, the big customer, including the small customers. The second part, what we see actually the governance in terms of distribution management. We know actually the risk by partnering the small enterprise businesses, but how they secure the business. Actually, none of the SME having a direct transaction through Sri Boga. So by having the third-party logistic and transaction partner, Sri Boga may be able to minimize the business risks such as bad debt, account receivable issues, and so on and so forth. So by having this a good distributor management in practice, they can implement a good distributions and governance into the company. The second part, they now foresee actually the risk of the uncertainty, especially in the raw material supply. So what they are doing now, they are trying to establish a robust supplier management by having in place several alternative supplier to secure the security of the raw supply. This is coming from all the governments. We see the strong commitment and structure to support all the SME structured by Sri Boga. Next will be presented by my colleague.
Thank you, Bu Emil. In this slide, we will share about all the programs that still run and implemented by Sri Boga. First established on 2017 on Central Java, Sriboga as a part of the corporation that care with the shareholder like the SMEs. They are embedding the communities as a social responsibility commitment that also implementing the Sriboga business model to expand the business and improve the customer loyalty that hopefully will make the sustainability for the company. First is the program for training. From this training, Sriboga provides skill set, ideation, information, and cooking practice from the expert. Second is the education program. The SMEs should be equipped with the knowledge on how to manage their business to grow, winning on the competition, and to do the pricing strategy. The last one is the accompaniment. Uh, in this part, Sriboga giving the coaching, mentoring, and also the small group best practices sharing among the SMEs during the daily business running. Next slide, please. In this slide, we will inform about the mutual positive impact on how Sriboga and the UKM and or SMEs can make a very strong business bond. Sriboga customer profile are 50% industrial, 25% are well-trained SMEs, and the rest, about 25%, are non-trained SMEs. From 2004 until today, Sriboga are still a company and parenting about 4,657 SMEs. Sriboga also establishing about 75 communities and cooperatives all over in Indonesia. And as a result, the SMEs are generating about 25% until 30% revenue from Sriboga. And it means that the ESG are very aligned with the business growth. The last one, for your information, that PT Sriboga also make a collaboration with some of the university to provide stronger learning curriculum. And Sriboga also partnering with the state-owned bank, so the bank could provide capital loan for the SMEs. Next, we'll be presenting with my colleague Pak Made.
Thank you, Teguh. Next. Okay, I think this is the strategy of the Sriboga to grow the business through the UKM, as mentioned by my colleague before. Yeah? In the middle of the pressure of the other competitors, they call it PRIO, which is very successful. Working with UKM by supporting UKM business, creating a climate in order to increase customer loyalty, activity, and collaboration that creating the bonding. And we can see that the ESG program that they are doing actually are aligned with the business strategy. I think this is very key from the Sriboga, yeah, what we can learn. And of course, the other part is also important to implement GCG. Yeah. Next slide, please. For Sriboga, as mentioned by Emelani, and the implementation of ESG and GCG is becoming their DNA, as declared by the CEO, which is Pak Hadian Iswara. Since they are see the value, both the tangible and intangible benefit, it's about matching the vision, mission of the company, at the same time giving back to the country and also the planet through the ESG program. And we can see the trend of this becoming more and more in the future, and it should be the way moving forward to stay relevant in a global business. I think all of us as a business leader or future business leaders agree, right? So this is very important that we can again learn from the business that really align with the ESG program. Next slide. I think this is the last slide. Thank you for all the participants of this webinar. Hopefully we can learn together from this case. And back to Claudia. That's from our presentation.
Thank you, Pak Made. All right, now moving on to the questions. Let me see, what questions do you have for the Sriboga? Okay, so cooperative or koperasi has become a support system in both in community, education, and financial. How far good governance can be implemented in the cooperative concept or koperasi concept? Please go ahead and answer, Pak Made.
I think the answer is Sriboga provide the education and support correctively. I think how they're doing the business practice through the transparency, accountable, responsibility, independency, and fairness. I think that the thing that they are doing at align with the ISG program. Also, by doing that, and will give the competitive advantage, Claudia.
Okay. All right then. Yes, very good answer, Pak Made. Thank you. I think that's all of our 5 cases today. I think thanks from the Sriboga group as the closing from the of all those like 5 cases. So I hope you're able to learn about how these companies implement ESG within their business. So next, we should move forward to the next session, which is the open discussion with our speakers. All right, who's excited? Because I am. Okay, so I know that we have pulled a lot of questions in Slido. So I'm seeing them right now. So let me. There are a few questions that actually addressed to our speakers. So let me read one by one on the questions, and our speakers can answer after. So the questions for Dr. Shirley, I think the first one. So there is no direct negative impact to environment, but NFT production process, storing and transaction consume a lot of fossil energy. Is NFT still the answer? Maybe Dr. Shirley would like to answer.
I think Professor Shirley has another class to attend.
Oh, okay. So
I said she's sorry. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Bu. That's okay. I think we can move to is Bu Dr. Dewi still here?
Yes, I think so. Okay. Professor Dewi.
Dr. Dewi's a beautiful face.
Yes, still.
Ah, okay. All right. So there's a question for you, Dr. Dewi. So if we already knew the role model for rank 1 anti-corruption country, then what should we do to not go into that direction?
Okay, actually, first of all, we have to build an understanding among us how to hand in hand fight corruption systematically and by educating people around us. And secondly, actually, that we should be campaigning, do some campaigning, and to be a role model like Denmark. I mean, it is actually based upon self-awareness, the needs of urgency to always do good things, never steal, never harm anyone's rights, and put always ethics above laws. So if we supposedly try to put everyone else's rights before ours, so that is empathy. Then how to manage to not steal from anyone else's rights, not to do any wrongdoing, and keep our faith to be a good person, governance. And the keyword is integrity. And you have to be very honest, not to, you always to remind others of a simple thing can lead to another's, like by cheating at schools, by plagiarism of other papers, by doing some other things that really can jeopardize someone else's rights. No, that actually starts from yourself. Putting ethics, norms, values, religious above law, so that we can always improve ourselves, correct ourselves, and giving advice to other people for not doing wrongdoing. So it starts from you and a bigger circle from you and a bigger circle around you, especially from your family, and then next to the environment of campus environment, and then working environment, and on and on and on. Like Professor Heckles always say, life is an ongoing process. It starts from 0 and then 1 point, 1 dot, and then you gather the dots and it becomes circle and a bigger circle. It's like a spiral. And if everyone is having the same perception as you, we say no to corruption, we do a lot of good things to other people, be integrity, be honest, and then we can build a much more healthy place to live, like Denmark, no one steals. And I heard that from 13 prisons, they closed 8. And now they are proposing to close another 2. In Indonesia, what happens? Department of Kephukham, they always try to propose a bigger funds to build bigger prisons and more and more and more, and expansions of from 3 to 11, 11 to 20, something like that. Meaning that religions, spiritual beings, they are not statistically linear with what we do. In Indonesia, they said that they are religious, but look, the amount of percentage of crimes increases, the percentage of corruptions increases. It's very sad to see every day on televisions, you see OTT, operational tangkap tangan. Like yesterday, we saw on TV 2 judges, the highest judges, what do you call that? Hakim Agung. They were caught, apprehended to receive bribe money, right? And then a month ago, we saw that corruptors are being released from jails, even though they have not performed their sentence yet. And these are the heartbreaking news every day we hear in Indonesia. So start from yourself, say to yourself that we have to erase self-awareness, the urgency to change, and do something about to the community. That's it. Hopefully it helps. Yeah.
Thank you, Bu Dewi. Very good question. A very good answer from you. Thanks for that. I hope whoever asked this question finally able to get the correct answer, right? Okay. Next, we move on to the question from Professor Eunice. So, Professor Eunice, there's a question for you. So, how is the influence of government in Manila to push the business owner in taking SDG seriously? Please go ahead.
It's under our Securities and Exchange Commission promulgation that all publicly listed companies must submit a sustainability report attached to their annual report. It's under circular number 4 of the SEC, only introduced in 2019. So these are small steps, and there's a penalty if you won't include a sustainability part in your report. It will be considered an incomplete report. But that is on the side of the publicly listed companies, and that's easier to monitor. On the ground, in terms of small and medium enterprises, it's really more of the mindset of the business owners to really do sustainable activities without the need to report. So I think that one has to be captured very well, that even though they are not reporting or they are not obliged to report, they are doing something. So part of the role of people in the academe also is to teach these business owners, small business owners, how to prepare a report. And one example of that is what the business as agent of world benefit and the Flourish prizes has been doing. So the group of Professor Amelia has been winning a lot every year with her students writing stories on sustainability from the ground. Because if these stories are not revealed and they're only in reports, then we're not able to capture the bigger segment of the business sector, which are the small and medium enterprises. So we have to continue doing the storytelling, storytelling, not necessarily reporting, government requiring us to report, but storytelling so that we can spread the good word, the good news about people doing sustainable actions.
Okay, is that all, Professor Eunice?
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the answer. It's a very strong answer from you. All right, there is another questions. I think not just our speakers, students also, my colleagues also would, if you would like to answer, it is highly recommended because this is an open session, so anyone can answer and anyone can ask question as well. So there's a questions. I think this is from our fellow EMBA students. So how sustainability ranking is done for organization, and does it take into account specific sector or specific sector specific challenges, and how does impact the supply chains? Anyone would like to answer? Maybe our speakers or our students, or Ibu Amelia herself, maybe.
Who was asking the question?
I think that's Satesh, Bu. Satesh from EMBA.
Okay. Is it written here somewhere?
Yeah, Bu, I'm still there. Yeah.
But he's
Are you writing the question here?
Let me write that for you in the chat box. But it is just. Okay, so this is the questions. How sustainability ranking is done for the organization, and does it take into account the sector-specific challenges and the impact of the supply chains?
Okay, this is
maybe Bu Amalia, if you allow me to elaborate more on the question.
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so this question is coming from one of the slide that I saw, wherein the Unilever was ranked as a top sustainability company. Okay, so that's why my question was, when we are doing this ranking, what is the criteria for ranking? And then there are sector-specific challenges, specifically when we talk about the cement industry. So when we are producing the cement, because of the raw materials and the chemical reactions involved, there is an additional CO2 emissions. So this is a sector-specific challenge. So are we accounting this when we are doing the ranking? And then when we are doing the ranking, whether we are taking into account the supply chain CO2 emissions as well? Because I believe the Unilever will have a lot of supply-related CO2 emissions. So this was the question.
Okay, I believe Professor Eunice will also comment on this. So this is a very good question, Satesh. So there are, of course, a consideration on how they are always inviting Unilever, for example, every year for the Global Compact discussion. And so one of it is because the way they are determining the key performance indicator, they are not only gaining for growth, but in the other way, they are also having this very, very, very important KPI, which is reducing their waste. So they are showing that responsibility is a very important topic for them, because they know, they acknowledge how their business is creating all this waste and how they have to be responsible to reduce this waste double digit, and showing that they are being responsible. So that is one of the reason and why this company Unilever every year is always being invited to this Global Compact. So I think to put it into a high commitment on how you show responsibility. So for example, Professor Eunice, perhaps you can add on this?
I think the best answer to that is there's no perfect company, and there's no panacea. There's no cure-all. There is no single solution to identifying which is doing best in a particular category or area. You know, just like in universities, we are ranked based on many parameters like internationalization, number of research, mobility, graduate mobility, professors' academic qualification, you know, a lot of things. The same is true with ranking companies on sustainability. There are a lot of criteria. What is very important to look at is that when these companies are ranked, the pressure is higher on them, right? Because they can't go down. When you are ranked, there is no way for you to go but up. So rather than saying, oh, they're not perfect, there's some attributes that, you know, needs to be corrected, I think what we can really look into positively is the fact that more pressure is given to them. And when there's more pressure given to you, you are forced to do better. Now, the other story is that if you are not in the limelight, like you are a small company and nobody reports about you, then you also have to tell us about your best practices, your good practices, so that smaller companies then you can also learn, you know, because at the end of the day, it's really a trade-off in many things. It's still economics. When you try to do a more sustainable packaging, for example, it's more expensive, right? It's more expensive to do a sustainable packaging. If you want to do a sustainability in your supply chain, it's more expensive. But when people see that you are a good company, they tend to patronize you more. So there's the other side. So, you know, the sales may be higher because of your brand image. They know that you emphasize this particular sustainability rule. So it's really has a lot to do with continuing the work and just really moving up, improving the notch higher every time that a report is being made, and finding what could be done better. I think that's the best question always, no? Because even if you presented so many companies and their good works, I think the bottom line would always be what can be done better than what you are doing now. Because as I've said, there's no perfect company, and even Unilever I'm sure has flaws. I'm sure the fact that they retrench worldwide is an issue, is a social issue. The losing of jobs, you know, a cement company who's doing a lot of work in the community, helping a lot of young children, doing philanthropic work, is by default an exhaustive company because you take from the resources of the earth. So, and that's no replenishing for that. So how we put up the good story must be consistent, must go to the different levels of the company. And yes, we just have to unearth the good stories and always ask the question, what else can we do to become better companies?
Okay.
Miss Claudia, may I add something?
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay, guys, this is what I've done to some of the companies in Indonesia. Aside to financial report, all the companies who are proposing for IPOs, they are also demanded to have what they call sustainability reports, which are also one of them is pushed or directed towards what we call the zero emission organizations. So if you supposedly like a company has $1.3 billion of assets from year one, and year 5 they have $38 billion assets. So they will probably ask, you know, what social sustainability development process they are involved in the environment. Okay, do they build irrigations, waterways, whatever, which has impacted the environment of the societies. No, there were also questions: how come the asset can be quadruplies or multiplies, from $1 billion to $38 billion, and this will be also research whether they are doing a monkey business or doing the proper business whatsoever. So this can be explained in the social as the social development report. That's and for towards 2045, Indonesia will claim themselves to be what we call a zero emissions country, or at least they are trying to. So one of them, all the companies will be pushed and directed to become a zero emissions organizations. For examples, they will not use any plastic products, or they can also participate on the zero, what we call apa tu ya? We call a campaign for zero carbon emissions society. So, for instance, if they are producing such as beverages, so the beverages, after they pass the finance and social development reports, they will be handed so-called what they call a logo that stated that the company is a zero carbon emission companies. So, and then for all companies who are proposing loans to the bank, all banks will also ask, one of the requirements is, have you done any social development SDGs report, something like that. So aside to financial report, they also ask this. Okay, this is what we've done to 5 companies already as a consultant. Okay, that's my additional how they rank SDGs rank in the world, and nantinya nih bank-bank akan bertanya, kalau kamu mau propose loan, if you are proposing loan, mana tandanya kamu betul-betul melakukan SDGs by misalnya nih, one of the example is doing the zero carbon emission campaign and everything, something like that. Okay, I'll return to Claudia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Dewi. I think Professor Eunice is raising her hand. Are you going to say something?
Yeah, I just like to add, we are in a business school, and part of the role that we do in a business school is we generate knowledge, we create knowledge. And I think part of knowledge creation in this area is to find new criteria to determine sustainability work. We cannot just rely on previous sustainability criteria. Like when I did my paper, it was a different criteria at the time. It was just what are the practices being done by companies. And mind you, I have studied. Indonesia was included. It was Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, and some other countries. So it was just all about what are being practiced by the top 100 corporations in a span of 10 years. But of course, at the time, that was 2015, a lot has already changed. So part of the role of anyone who enters a business school is to make a contribution in the body of knowledge, and perhaps study on what new criteria can be used so that this ranking can be more fair, more inclusive, more relevant. Like the criteria for big corporations can't be the criteria for small corporations. Do you agree? So, the criteria for one industry can't be the criteria for another industry. So I guess that is the way academia, industry, and the grassroots sector can work hand in hand in creating body of knowledge.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Eunice. All right. That's actually a very good answer from Bu Amelia. Professor Eunice and then Bu Dewi as well. We have one more question. This is actually a very interesting one. I think one of our students would like to answer too. So the question is how to tackle big corporations to switch to sustainable business model, where usually the shareholders aren't happy in changing the business model and think of CSR as only one-time philanthropy activity only. Anyone would like to answer? Maybe my friends from the MBA class.
Okay, Claudia, let me try to answer it.
Okay.
It's very excellent question, and I will try to answer it based on the experience of me. I'm in a global company, which is Manulife, and also I assess Humpus, it could be say the big company. I think let me try to tell, but my company first. I think when we talk about ESG 3 years ago, we still quite a little bit confused how to apply it actually. So should we apply it or not? Things like that. But I think along the time, pressure also following the standard for the global from the Canada, and also pressure from the situation is a global. Like I said, it's a global movement from everybody, and the company needs to need to adjust the business model. So it's not the question, it is the company, does the shareholder are happy in changing the business model? It's a must. If you want to survive, it's a must because it's a global movement. So you need to have able to adapt your business model, your vision mission to become the sustainability, things like that. For example, what we did in our company, we need to prioritize because we in the financial investment company, which one of the investment in terms of company that we choose need to more friendly in terms of the environmental things like that. So I think this question, this is not about we don't want to, but it's a must move on things that if you don't follow it, it could be maybe jeopardize of your own company actually in terms of the reputation and subsequently also in terms of the financial. Could be not now, it could be maybe 3 or 5 years in the future, but you need to prepare now. That's first thing, and that's also what Humpus did. Likely for Humpus is also naturally they have to doing the ESG things because it's very close with their business related with the oil, things like that. So they need to maintain the environments, things like that to support the business. But for the other company, they need to find their own way to adjust it. And related with the CSR, I remember I have opportunity to get from the Mars speakers, I forgot the name, but I think this very interesting the way he see that ESG is one next step level of the CSR, because the CSR, the way he see it is only focusing on how the company showing they're caring things about for the environment, and it could be maybe not related with the business. ESG is one next step there. ESG need to be part of integrated to your company strategy, and that makes sense for me because if not, whatever you do in terms of the budget, things like that, you put the ESG have to back again to your business, back to again to give the value to the business itself. So if you not can apply the ESG in your business and you cannot put it in what they say, elaborate the CSR to ESG to the ESG things like that, you are not creating the value to the business, and you can your business can die. So that's my answer, Claudia. Thank you.
Thank you, Patroy. That's a very strong answer. I completely agree with that. Yes. Okay. Because of the time constraint, I'm going to have to close the Q&A today. Hopefully, we have another session to do this again, so we can address more questions. But thank you. That's a very fruitful discussion today. Thank you to Dr. Shirley, which is even though she's not here anymore, I would like to thank her. To Professor Eunice and to Dr. Dewi for the explanation that they gave today, and also to all my friends for the wonderful presentation as well. So to close this open discussion, I would like to give a quick summary of what we learned today. So ESG is a very famous concept right now. There is at least three part of the ESG, which is environmental, social, and government. The goal is this movement is to ensure that the companies take into account not only profit margin, but also the impact that they have to the world and the society as whole. All right, that's the quick summary of this event. And then I would like to remind that we have the e-certificate to the participant that join until this hour. I've posted all my friends also has posted the Google form feedback link. So it is a very straightforward. You just need to put feedback of this event and then enter your name and email. Later, the certificate will be sent through your email. So we are almost at the end of our session, but before we end, just like I promised, there will be a giveaway of 5 IPMI tumblers and 5 books to 5 lucky winners today. So the requirement is actually pretty simple. You just have to answer the question given by our speakers fast and correctly. So only 5 lucky winners, yeah, guys. So the rule is each speaker here will give 1 question. And if you know the answer, just type in the chat box. So whoever typed the fastest and the correct answer will win the prize. So are you ready? Okay, so let me open the chat box first so I can see it like more clearly. Okay. First questions will be given by the Pariski and team. Pariski, please go ahead with your questions. Everyone, please be ready.
Oh, okay. So the question, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I ask the question so the question is expected from the Samudra juga ya?
Anything about ESG, anything about your presentation.
Okay.
Yes.
So what is the name of the NFT marketplace and environment projects website mentioned by Prof. Shirley? Anybody can answer, can have the tumbler.
Yes. Anyone, please go ahead. If you know the answer, just type it in the chat box. Whoever typed the fastest and the most correct one will win the prize. Come on, guys. No one? Oh my God, like.
Yeah.
Come on.
You can see it in the slides. Anybody?
You can see the slides that's given by Dr. Shirley at
NFT,
the
most
Come on,
hype.
guys. Come on. No one? Or anyone from the students would like to win prize? Okay,
yeah.
I think so. Oh, no?
Anybody? No?
Anybody? Come on. Anyone from the MBA people can also like answer if you want to.
Maybe
maybe
the signals of the others are not good, Claudia, but they're trying to answer.
Oh, someone. Okay, there is someone answer Pranav Baganwadas.
Yes.
Yes,
that's correct.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mas
Pranav.
if you would, later you can send me email for all the winners. Later you can send me email so we can send the prize right into your doorstep. So the second question will be done by second group. Maybe the group of Pak Teguh, right?
I think I can ask the question, Claudia. So the question is, what are the companies that listed in 10 sustainability leaders? Actually, in the slide of Professor Shirley as well.
Okay.
Minimum 3 companies. I think she listed like there are like 5 or 6 companies.
So minimum 3 companies, guys. So okay, I think more people are answering. Minimum 3. You only got 1. Come on, Satesh and Anastasia. Okay. Okay. Satesh got 3. So Satesh will get the books and the Tumblr. Satesh, if you may, please send me email to claudia.hutabarat@ipmi.ic.id, or you can see this on the chat box. Okay, third questions for the third prize will be done by group 3. Group 3, please go ahead.
I think group 3 is from Dela, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I think the question, we present about PT Humpus Intermodal Transportation is a public company. Well, maybe the question is, what is the stock code from Humpus Intermodal Transportation Company?
Come on, guys, this is very easy. I can easily.
You can Google it. You can Google it.
This is very easy. What is the stock code?
I'm not as pro as others, actually.
Come on, guys. Okay, so Rizky.
Yes, correct. It hits.
That's correct, Rizky. So Rizky will win the prize of the tumbler and books from IPMI. So Rizky, you can send me email or just send me WhatsApp. Okay, congrats, Mas Rizky. Okay, the fourth one, our fourth prize will be the question from the fourth group, which is the group of Ibu Yosia. Ibu Yosia and team, please go ahead.
Okay, so this is really a simple question. If you remember our presentation, how many hospital and clinics Siloam has in their hospital network?
Waduh.
Wow. Okay, Satesh, like he's so on fire. Like, what's the correct answer? 44 or 64? Or 60 clinics? If you may chat box, there's a fight here.
Okay. So the correct answer is 41 hospital with 60 clinics. But Satesh answer the correct 60 clinics, yeah.
60 clinics, the closest one. Okay. Come on, like Satesh gonna win like all the prize. Is Satesh the only one like watching this presentation? Like, no, okay. But Satesh, thank you. You win another prize, fair and square.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, the last question from the group 5, which will be the last prize for today. Please go ahead.
Let me raise the questions.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Coming from our presentation, Sriboga Flour Mills, if you remember how many UMKM or SME, which is part of their member?
No, Pak Alvan, that's wrong. That's wrong. It's not that. Whoa, someone is answering, okay. Another one. Okay, Bu Emilani, maybe you would like to check the answer that's given by our participants. Do they have the correct numbers? Clue is it is in thousands, not in hundreds.
Clue is in thousands.
Thousands.
Very
There's
close.
Thousands of small medium enterprises joining the program of Sriboga Flour Mill. It's come on, guys, do better. Bu Emil, is this correct?
Yeah, I think we can close this questions.
Okay. Sure.
Actually, the exact numbers is around 4,674.
Okay, we got one winner.
Exactly.
So this is one from the Bas Selaras group.
Selaras.
Yes, who's for Bas Selaras group. Congratulations, you win the prize. Yeah, please send your details of name and email address to claudia.hutabarat@ipmi.ic.id. Later, we will send the prize right into your doorstep. All right, I think we are almost at the end of our event. Now I would like to invite Ibu Amelia Naim, who serves as the co-lecturer in our family business and GCG class. Bu Amelia will be delivering some closing remarks. Now, Bu Amelia, screen is yours.
Well, wow, I'm so speechless. We are so thankful for the co-host from University of Bhayangkara and for all the really honorable guest speakers. We have Professor Eunice, we have Dr. Shirley, we have Dr. Dewi, and this is really, really awesome. You know, this is how academician is contributing to the knowledge. Like what we have discussed before, we need to have continuous improvement to make sure that we propose for new criteria, to make sure that we as the future business leaders, we are contributing more for a better world to live. Okay, guys, you have done it. All the change makers. Thank you very much, Professor Eunice. Thank you very much, Dr. Shirley, Dr. Dewi, and all participants. You are awesome. Thank you. For the future, we're going to have another international seminar coming up on sustainable strategy. So please join us again on the 12th of November, and that let's contribute to the knowledge and make this world a better place to live. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
That's all
everyone.
what we have to say today. We really appreciate your attention. Good afternoon, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you all. Happy good weekend.
Have a good weekend, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you for participants from Philippines, from Hong Kong.
Oh, Pak Agus Winardi, hi.
Oh,
Pak
Pak Agus.
Pak Agus.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. You should be very proud of your students.
Yeah. Really proud.
Thank you for joining, Pak Agus.
Ya, udah dari tadi.
Ya, kita lihat kok.
Kasih.
Oke deh.
Baik, izin live.
Izin live ya.
Ya, sama-sama. Mari, Pak. Thank you.
Everyone, good job. Well done.
Thank you, Ibu, Bapak Ibu.
Thank you.
Thank you, Benedictus Ramon from Manila. Thank you, Pong from Manila. Wow, really good, really good. Very good crowd. Yes. How is it now in Manila? No more COVID?
Still there is.
Oh, no.
Still there is, but at least it was already slowly going down. Because of the vaccines. Thank you very much.
Last time I was there in Manila, they would not let me out. I had 8 hours transit.
Yeah.
I cannot go out because
Yes,
of
ma'am,
COVID.
yeah.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Thank you for
Thank God
joining.
it's already going down. Thank you very much for the IPMI. Thank you, po.
Thank you very much. We're looking forward to meet you again in our international conference.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Pong Trinidad, where are you?
Hi, ma'am.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. It's way past your lunchtime. Thank you for joining.
It's a pleasure and a privilege joining this event, ma'am. Thank you, and hope to see you soon in Manila.
Yes, hope to see you soon also in Jakarta, right? We have an international conference coming.
And congratulations with this wonderful convention event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ramon Morticio. Thank you very much. I'm seeing lots of overseas countries.
Welcome, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you so much. And we're looking forward to have you on our international conference coming up, right?
Yes, ma'am. Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you very much. All right. Bye now. Thank you for the committee. Wow. Great job. Well done.
Thank you, Ibu.
Yes. Well done, well done, well done. Very nice, very nice. Okay, so probably we can leave. It's already 12 noon. Bye.
Okay, thank you everyone. I will close the meeting. Thank you for participating. See you in next seminar. Bye.
Bye.